Good afternoon. How's it going? Hope you all are doing well. We might get some new visitors, new viewers trickling in thanks to a couple of tweets that went... They did okay. By my standards, they did okay. But it also reminded me why I normally don't like making Twitter posts about the Final Fantasy XIV translation. Because one, you get people that are just like, oh, I don't want to play the game anymore. Like, if I knew the translation was this bad, I just wouldn't play. Which is really, like, that just makes me sad. But then you also just get people who are willing to defend literally anything. Like, there was a dude in the comments who was trying to say that the echo, you know, transcendence being stated to be an explicit gift from Heidelin for 7 years straight, was really the same thing as saying that it's not. It's, you know, it's really the same concept. Basically the same thing. Like, bro, it's the exact opposite, man. It's a pretty major plot point there. Well, yeah, we're coming back to more of these role quests, which have been just... they've been so much fun. Genuinely, these have been great. This is going to be very funny, I think. So... I am going to stay to my normal strategy of not looking at the English very much, just because it's depressing. But feel free to follow along in English on, like, Garland tools or whatever if you want. But yeah, for example, this is, like, Justice R's popularity. You could translate this to, like, Justice R's rise in popularity, or even just Justice R's rise. The English is a brand of justice. And it's so lame. The Justiciar thing is so lame. It's so sad. Like, it actually legitimately makes me sad that they saw Justiciar and with Dazahan written as Ateshi over the R, and they didn't, like, that didn't put a smile on their faces. Right? That's the thing that always I don't understand. I don't understand how you could be working on this game, seeing these wonderful scripts, and not be excited about them. You know, when I see Justice R, I want to go share that with people because it makes me happy. Like, you know, what art does to people comes free with being a fucking human. Yeah, it's just... the whole concept of localization being in superposition, where it's at the same time entirely equivalent, exactly the same thing, but actually you can just do whatever you want in a localization because it's a localization, it's not supposed to be the same thing. So, story details being completely opposite, the tone in these role quests being strangely serious in the English, all of that's totally fine, it's a localization. Don't look into why English is the only language that does this. You know, I guess those enlightened English speakers just cannot possibly be given media from the lesser languages and races. I mean, nobody heard that.
Oreo-san, 実はちょっと困ったことになりまして。
Player character. Actually, this is there's a bit of a problem.
魔物退治をしていたジャスティス R ですが、子供や若者の間で彼に憧れるものが出始めているんです。
Yeah, look, come on, man. This is great. It's like Justice R has been eliminating monsters, and children and, you know, young people in general are starting to, like, look up to him.
魔物退治といっても大した危険はないらしく、聖戦士団がわざわざ討伐に繰り出す相手ではありません。
He's doing like fucking hero shows, basically. This is great. I say exterminating monsters, but he hasn't been going after anything particularly dangerous, and they aren't the sort of things that the Celestials would go out of their way to handle.
ですが、ジャスティス R はそれすら逆手に取っているようです。自分は聖戦士団も恐れる魔物を退治しているのだと都合の良い発言を繰り返しているようでした。
I need them to do like a hero show, to have a little group of kids cheering on Justice R as he goes and fights a monster that does not pose any threat. But Justice R is turning that to his advantage. You know, he's been, it's like he's been spinning it by saying, I'm going out and fighting monsters that even the Celestials fear. No, it's just like they're not worth dealing with, dude.
そんな発言、普通なら誰も信じやしないでしょう。しかし彼の尊大な振る舞いが妙な説得力を与えるとともに、若い人たちにはかっこよく見えるらしく。
And ordinarily, nobody would believe something like that, but like his arrogant or like haughty demeanor is strangely persuasive, and at the very least, the young people seem to think he... Well, at the very least, it makes him seem cool to the young people.
ともかく相手が目立つ行動をしてくれているのは追跡する私たちにとっては有利とも言えます。ひとまずラザハンで情報収集をしてみましょう。
In any case, the fact that he's standing out so much is to our benefit. Or it helps us track him. Let's, yeah, for now, let's go gather more information in Nazahan. Very small children think he is super cool. I really need them to do the hero show. He needs his own theme song. I would not be surprised if they try and do something like that as well. I mean, making a whole song would be a bit much for one, like for one role quest series, but it would be pretty great. Oh, wait, shit. Okay. Previous line was just saying let's split up to gather information. Okay, a little while back I was asking around and I heard about a, magic Yeah, about a potion that can react to what, traces of magical tools or artifacts and magic itself. I thought that might be useful in our investigation.
FFXIV が魔物退治をしてた場所には落石してきたとおぼしき岩が散乱してたそうですから、管の錬金薬を使えば、落石が再起によるものかわかるかなと。
Okay, apparently the sites where Justice R has been exterminating monsters were littered with fallen boulders, fallen rocks. I figure if we could use that potion, we could find out, or we could determine if those were caused by the icon.
私はアルキミア製薬堂で錬金薬について詳しく聞いてこようと思います。
Okay, I'll go to Alchemia, yeah, pharmaceutical, or whatever. Ask about the potion.
オレオさんは聖戦士団本営で
Okay, we're gonna go to the Celestial headquarters, see if they've got any information on Justice R.
が済んだら
Alright. It's just... every time I see the name Justice R, it puts a smile on my face. It's so lame. But like, it's supposed to be. That's the fun of it. It's a name that only sounds cool to toddlers.
ジャスティス R について情報を求めておられると、最近は奴を信奉する子供や若者が増えていて、我々も頭を痛めているのですよ。
Ah, you're looking for information on Justice R. Lately, the number of children and young people who idolize him, or look up to him, you could say idolize, look up to him, have been increasing, which is quite the headache for us. Technically, that's like... atama o itameru is not necessarily explicitly headache, it's just something that's like concerning. But I think you could say headache, it's fine.
聖戦士団が魔物退治に手を焼いているという発言については、我々もデマだと否定しているのですが、憧れを抱いたアコードにどこまで届いたかは正直わかりません。
Okay. Regarding the claim that Celestials have been unable or are having difficulty dealing with monsters, we're denouncing them as misinformation, but honestly, I can't tell if that information is really getting through to the young people who look up to Justice R.
奴のことは単なる変わり者と放置していましたが、島民に妙な影響を及ぼすのなら放置してはおけません。身辺調査をすべきか検討していたところです。
Okay. We had been ignoring him or dismissing him as just a oddball, eccentric. But if he starts influencing citizens, like unduly, we can't exactly ignore that. We were considering whether we should do a full background check on him.
しかし、そのテペケというお嬢さん、随分と熱心に情報を集めているようですね。落石のことまで把握してらっしゃるとは。
Huh. But that, what young woman Tefeke is gathering information quite, enthusiastically. She's even aware of the rock falls.
奴の周囲で多発する落石のことも団内で話題に上がっています。偶然ジャスティス R と出くわした兵もいるのですが、その時も大量の落石に遭い姿を見失ったのですよ。
So he's using the icon and all he's managed to do is make rocks fall with it? That's like his only move? The frequent rock falls wherever he goes have become a hot topic amongst the Celestials. Recently, some, soldiers came across Justice R, but they too were hit with falling rocks and lost sight of him.
現状、聖戦手段がお伝えできるのはそのくらいでしょうか。どうぞ、エーテライトプラザ。
Okay, that's all we can tell you. If he figures out how to do anything else other than make rocks fall, he's gonna be a real threat. I kinda hope he doesn't.
なるほど、聖戦士団も警戒し始めてるんですね。話を聞いてきてくれてありがとうございました。
I say the Celestials are taking notice of him too. Being on high alert. Thanks for giving the information.
方も成果ありでした。事情を伝えたら例の錬金薬を譲っていただけたんです。
Yeah, I had some on my trip to the pharmaceutical whatever all was successful as well. I explained what was going on. They agreed to give me the necessary potion.
魔法の痕跡があった
Probably potions.
は微弱で魔力の感知に長けた魔導士の協力が必要とのことですが、
It might even be concoction for that, really. However, even if it does detect traces of magic, if the or like the reaction is relatively weak, so using it will require the cooperation of a mage highly skilled in sensing magical energy. And so I'm glad I've got you.
ジャスティス R の出現箇所もしっかり記憶しています。サベネ
Okay, so we're retracing the steps. It really, I do think that probably the biggest thing out of the role quests we've seen so far is them changing the Poisoner duo to be, explicitly malicious. That one just really pisses me off. Because it just totally ruins the tone of the quest, and I would imagine put people, very on edge, and made it so that they were unable to just enjoy it as a funny little story. Because if these people are going around causing paralysis and blindness and stuff maliciously, then you're not really going to be just laughing along versus them being dumb pranksters who don't realize what they're doing is bad.
以前調査した時に聞いたのですが、ここに転がってる岩がジャスティス R が現れた時にできた落石だそうです。
Okay. When I investigated prior, I heard that the rocks that fell here were the result of a rockfall caused when in the vicinity of Justice R.
かけておきました。この岩に意識を集中し、
Okay, you already used the potion on it. Try and concentrate on the boulder and see if you can detect any magic. Ooh. Wait, they're kind of going... They don't normally do this sort of, detail for role quest cutscenes. They can afford a whole camera movement? Holy shit. Hmm.
どうでしょう？何か感じ取ることができましたか？
Well, did you sense anything?
すごい、やりましたね。この岩石にはクリスタルは含まれていませんから、魔力を感じ取れたなら、それは魔法の関与があった証です。
Wow, that's amazing. This rock doesn't contain any crystals. So if you could sense magical energy within it, then it's proof that there was magic involved.
前回あった星戦士さんが言っていた再起を掲げた直後に輝きが生じたという証言も合わせれば、やはり落石は再起の力と考えて良さそうですね。
Considering what the celestial we met with said earlier, that when the icon was raised, it began to glow, like, you know, emit light. We can conclude that the falling rocks were caused by the icon.
となると次に調べるべきは能力の詳細でしょうか。
In that case, the next thing to look into would be the details of its, powers?
ジャスティス R は魔物に対峙していたとき、なかなか能力が発動せずに戸惑っていたそうです。
Apparently, when Justice R was facing down that monster, he was confused or perplexed by the power not activating easily.
私の父は魔導士だったのですが、自分の杖と再起は本質的には同じものだと言っていました。両者の違いは特別な魔法が込められているかどうかだと。
My father was a mage. He used to say that his staff and the icon were essentially the same thing. The only difference between them, what he said was that whether or not they were imbued with any particular, special magic of their own. You could say unique for that Tokubetsu.
その前提でお聞きしたいのですが、あなたは魔法を使うときにご自身の武器をどう使いますか？
So considering that, I'd like to ask, what do you... how do you utilize your weapon when casting magic? It's like what you... More or less it involves, I guess you would say, channeling or just sending ether into the implement. At times it, requires an incantation. The bottom was, you just have to kind of, put some oomph into it.
やっぱりそうした魔法的な工程が必要なんですね。でも彼はそれらしい行動はとっていなかったそうですし、どうやって発動？
And so then, that sort of magical process really is a necessity, but apparently he didn't do anything of the sort. So then, how did it activate? Or how did he activate it?
そうなると、再起の力を発動させるには、他に何か特殊な手順が必要なんでしょうか？
Oh no? In that case, I wonder if there's some sort of, special process or procedure needed to activate the power of the icon? You gotta shout out HENSHIN. and really mean it.
ただ、シャバーブ地にいた他の部族の人たちは、そんなこと言ってなかったですし、再起によって発動方法も異なるのでしょうか。
Yeah, but what people of the other tribes at Shababje didn't say anything of the sort. I wonder if the, activation method differs depending on the icon.
君たち、この辺りで、一人でいる、アウラ族の少女を見かけませんでしたか？
Have you two seen a aura, girl wandering alone out here? You might say traveling
なかった
there.
ですけど、どうしたんですか？
No, I can't say we have. Why?
よく見ればオレオ殿と、君は最近、この辺りでよく見かけるお嬢さんですね。申し訳ないですが、緊急で協力をお願いできませんか？
Oh, I believe you're player character and you're the young woman who's been, that we've seen around here a lot lately. My apologies, but could you, this is an emergency, could you please help?
実は、ジャスティス R なる男に入れ込んだ少女が、彼に会いたいと、ドリマンを出て行ってしまったのです。
Okay. Actually, a young girl who was obsessed, who became obsessed with the, irekonda. That's not necessarily romantic or anything, it's just obsessed, like a big fan, potentially. Obsessed with Justice R. Left, Yedoriman to try to meet him, to try to see him.
我々も少女の母から捜索を頼まれ探しているのです。ジャスティス R は島の各地で魔物を倒しているので、過去の出現場所を探しているのですが、見つからず。
We were asked by the young woman's mother to, the young girl, probably girl's mother, to look for her. Justice R has been defeating monsters all across the island, so we've been checking places, areas where they've appeared in the past, but so far we haven't found any sign of them.
それは大変です。オレオさん、私たちも協力しましょう。
This is bad. We should help out too.
それは助かります。私は、引き続き奴が出没した場所を見て回るので、お二人は、それ以外の場所を探していただけますか？
Thank you so much. I'll keep looking around the areas where he's been spotted in the past. Would you be so kind as to look elsewhere?
それなら、北の海岸あたりにはまだ現れていないはず。手分けして、
Okay, so he hasn't been spotted up on the, northern coast, northern beach. So we're gonna go up there. Yeah. I mean, for me, it kinda is what it is, in terms of... upkeeping MMOs is a massive amount of work, so it makes sense that they don't, go crazy all out on side content. I do wish there was more stuff like that, but it is just kinda it's just the way it goes. I think that they would be disinclined to lock potentially incredibly important stuff behind what's technically supposed to be optional content. Oh, I mean, I would not agree with that at all. The, Dawn Trail in Japanese is fun as hell. I came into Dawn Trail expecting to hate it. I fucking love it. It's nowhere near as good as, Shadowbringers or Endwalker, but it's genuinely just kind of great. The biggest thing is that Woklamat is a likable character in the Japanese who credits you for, like, her growth. You're set up as her mentor, not as a subservient to her.
この辺りにはアウラ族の少女
So rather than feeling like you're being dragged around against your will by some annoying, stupid character, you're being a mentor to a up-and-coming young hero who wants to be like you. And that's a lot of fun. The big thing is that it really does feel, in Japanese, like your character is respected and, given the credit that you deserve. The biggest thing, probably the biggest difference, I don't know if I would really say the biggest difference, but something that's very indicative of it, is in the moment before her big fight with Baku Zaza. In the English, she just says, "I'm not gonna lose to the likes of him." In the Japanese, she says, "I've been traveling this path, this road with you all this time. There's no way I'm going to lose to him anymore." Right? And then your character poses up as she goes off and does a limit break. Right? She gives you the direct credit of saying, "I've been watching you this whole time. I'm gonna go out there and be like you now. Like, watch me. I'm gonna go be like you." I don't know, like, I really think that it just comes down to the English just not giving the player character the credit. When I was playing through, I just had a huge goofy smile on my face the whole time, at least for the Ceremony of Succession, because it just felt like a really good classic adventure movie. Like one of the old Disney ones. Something like Atlantis. That's really like the tone. And after all of the incredibly heavy stuff in Endwalker and such, I don't know, I felt like it was pretty a pretty good change of pace. And that's the other thing. Kona... No, yeah, Kururu... Yeah. It's all fucked. It's really all fucked. The thing is that they actually establish Woklamat as the correct choice to win in the Japanese, and Kona he's very clearly the wrong choice. He doesn't take into consideration the people around him, he's overly stubborn, he doesn't actually value or listen to the opinions and culture of the people around him, whereas Woklamat's main strength is her ability to, empathize with the needs of the people who would be, her future subjects in Toraora, and come up with novel solutions to problems that aren't just, let's do it like they do in Charlayan. It really is just a death by 1,000 cuts, I would say. Because I went in expecting to hate it.
戦闘音が聞こえたので来てみればよかった、見つかったのですね。
I came right away when I heard a fight. Thank goodness you found them.
ありがとう、お姉さん。
Thank you so much, Miss.
無事で何よりですが、お母さんを心配させちゃダメですよ。ジャスティス R なんて悪人を追いかけても何も良いことはないんですから。
Oh no, she said akunin. I'm glad you're okay, but you really shouldn't worry your mother like that. There's, nothing good will come with following after a bad guy, a villain like Justice R.
探してくれたことには感謝してるわ。でも、なぜあの人を悪人だなんて言うの？
I think you could go with, Akunin really is more like villain. Thank you for looking for me, but why are you calling him a villain?
あなたたちは知らないだろうけど、ジャスティス R は私の故郷で強盗を働いてるんです。魔物を倒すのにも、その悪事で得た道具を使ってるんですよ。
I can't imagine you would know this, but Justice R stole from my village, my home. And he's, the tool that he's using to defeat monsters was what he stole.
でもそれは魔物退治に必要だからやったんじゃない？ラザハンを守るために仕方なく。
Yeah, but he did it because he had to take care of the monsters. It's all to protect Razahan, right?
理由が何であれ、悪事には変わりありません。あなたはジャスティス R の言葉を鵜呑みにしてるようですが、聖戦士団も彼のことは怪しんでるんですよ。
Whatever the reason might be, it's still wrong. It's like, you know, you're taking what he's... It seems like you're just taking what... You're taking what he says at face value, but even the Celestials are suspicious of him.
でも、彼はラザハンを魔物の脅威から救うんだって言ってたもの。私たちにとってあの人が正義のヒーローなの。
正義のヒーロー。But... He said he was going to save Razahan from all the monsters. To us, he's a hero of justice.
聖戦士団の人は魔物なんて怖くないって言ってたけど、実際に相手をしているのはジャスティス R だし、彼がいれば聖戦士団だってもういらないわ。
And the Celestial said that they weren't... Like, those monsters aren't scary. Or, it's like they aren't scared of those monsters, but Justice R is the one who's actually going out and fighting them. With him around, we won't need the Celestials anymore at all. Your two options here are, could you say that to, you know, their faces? Or, like, no hero can do it all alone? I don't really like either of these options. I'm gonna go with the bottom one, though.
あ、そうね。ごめんなさい。聖戦士団の人たちを悪く言うつもりじゃ。
I mean, I could see that being a valid complaint. I'm pretty much just a story player. But for me, the MSQ of Dawn Trail was just constantly good. Constantly very fun. They set things up incredibly well. There was good foreshadowing, solid themes. And as far as it being like, you know, at least the first part of it being the Warrior of Light gets to have a vacation for once, it worked really well. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't meaning to talk bad about the Celestials.
私、今ひどいことを言っちゃったね。週末が起きた時、聖戦士団が必死でみんなを守ってくれたのに、その感謝を一瞬忘れていらないだなんて。
I really said something horrible or really mean. When the apocalypse happened, the Celestials fought to keep us all safe. But I forgot all about that and said we didn't need them. I'm sorry.
いえ、元はといえば、私の発言が原因ですから。こちらこそ、すみませんでした。
No, it's my fault for what I said. I'm the one who's sorry.
ジャスティス R は正義だと私は思うけど、お姉さんの言葉も考えてみるね。
This is another one of those situations where I'm going to reiterate this because I think we've got a decent amount of new viewers, but it pisses me off so much when people try to claim that, like, the concept of localization itself is bad. Because things like this is what localization means, right? You can't just say, I think Justice R is justice. Right? This seigi. Or even if you just said, I still think Justice R is right. That's not really accurate. This seigi would need to be slightly altered to be something that is, like, actually something somebody would say to get across the same idea. So here, I would say, I still think Justice R is a good guy. You could even go with hero for this seigi. Potentially. That might be a little bit too much. But I'll really think about what you said.
オレオさん、この子は私がイエドリマンまで送り届けます。また集落で落ち合いましょう。
I mean, the Justice R just works. Like, I don't think you need to change it at all. You do run into the issue where they're saying justice and then seigi. Slightly. But, you know, that's not like any reason to change the name. I think that the fact that the name sounds ridiculous works in its favor, because that's the joke. The joke is that the name sounds absurd and stupid. So, if an English-speaking player says, like, what, this guy's name is Justice R, and the R stands for Adazahan, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, then that's correct. That's the reaction you're supposed to have. Then the English-speaking player and the Japanese-speaking player would have the same experience. Which is coming away with the read that Justice R is a stupid fucking name. Like, it's supposed to make you laugh just seeing it, because it sounds so absurd. It's such an over-the-top, nonsensical hero name. Justiciar is just not a joke,
お母さ
though.
んのところまで送り届けておきました。聖戦士団にも無事に戻ったと伝えてくださるそうです。
Like, Justiciar is just not a joke. That just sounds like a real thing. I do not believe whatsoever that the name Justice R needed to be changed in the slightest. It's something that the second you see it, you should immediately think Super Sentai, Power Rangers, Kamen Rider. And Justiciar just doesn't do that. It creates a discrepancy in experience. Especially since you don't have the whole joke of the R standing for Dazahan. Which is a great joke. I made sure that she got home safe to her mother. And she's going to tell them that, like, the Celestials, that she's home safe and sound.
すみませんでした。ジャスティス R を許せないという気持ちと自分の過ちが心から離れず、ムキになってしまったようです。
I'm sorry for what happened there. I think it's like lost my composure or let my emotions get the best of me. Because I just was so angry with Justice R and I couldn't stop thinking about my own mistakes.
「実は私、これまで伝えられずにいたことがあります。
Actually, it's like something I haven't been able to tell you. Like, I couldn't tell you up
外
until
津
now.
国からの商人に扮してやってきたジャスティス R に再起のありかや守護役について話してしまったのは私なんです。迂闊にも聞かれるがままにペラペラと。
I was the one who told Justice R, who was, disguising himself as a foreign merchant, about the icon and its guardian. It's like I just carelessly told him anything he wanted to know.
以前もお話しした通り、守護役は名誉ある職務。私もずっとそんな父を尊敬していましたから、そうした思いを外津国の人にも伝えようと。
As I mentioned, the position of the Guardian is a honorable one. I've always respected and, you'd say respected and looked up to my father, maybe. And so I wanted to tell that foreigner just how, again, like this, そうした思い. You wouldn't just say, like, I wanted to convey that feeling. You'd probably say, like, for this, I just wanted to tell them just how proud I was of him. Or just how proud I am of
父
him.
が襲われたのも、再起を奪われたのも、私のせいなんです。その責任を取るため、そして憎き役人を懲らしめるため、私はラザハンまでやってきました。
My father being attacked, the icon being stolen, it's all my fault. And so I came all the way to Kazan to take responsibility for that and to... punish that horrible villain.
だから、ジャスティス R が正義をなそうとしているなど、そんな可能性を信じたくなくて、ムキになってしまったんです。
Yeah, that's why I lost my... or like, why I got so upset. I didn't want to, believe that Justice R might actually be trying to do the right thing.
でも、感情的になるのではなく、落ち着いて物事を分析しなくてはいけませんね。実際、ジャスティス R は島民を襲ったりはしてないんですから。
But I really should. I really need to calmly analyze the situation or look at things rationally rather than let my emotions get the best of me. After all, Justice R has not attacked any of the islanders.
彼が属する自由の扉という組織や私の故郷での所業は間違いなく悪事と呼べるものでしょう。
This is another one. What do they call this organization in English? Because it's not right, and it's not a good name. Passage of the Unbound. That's so stupid. 自由の扉. That's just freedom's gate. Like, the word freedom is actually important there because they're very clearly using it shallowly. Like, that's kind of the joke there. Is that they're just throwing around the word freedom. Freedom's gate. And what that organization he belongs to, Freedom's Gate, and what he did in my hometown are undeniably evil.
ところが、ジャスティス R がラザハンでやってることは魔物の退治という正義とも呼べる行動。オレオさんはどう思いますか？
Oh, if you want to see, again, like, we went over this, previously, but in the starting quest, you know, I figured might as well go over it again since we probably have some newer viewers here. In the starting quest for this, they just didn't translate one of the funniest jokes as well. This guy. Right, here, let me just quickly yoink this. Yeah, he says, like, if I can get back at those who have tormented me, then I'll gladly be evil. The powerful, the wealthy, the muscle-bound macho men. I want all of them to pay. The classic rule of three, right? The rich, the powerful. Two reasonable things. Third, complete nonsense. Technically, it's not necessarily like macho men. It might be. It's technically gender neutral, but you could probably just go with macho men. It's a ridiculous thing to say. Classic rule of three for comedy. This is the English for that. The rich, the powerful, the mighty. All shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. There's no joke. It's like the most fundamental basis of comedy, and you don't translate it. Ah! Like, they're so obsessed with their little style guide that they just flatten everything. The English script is so boring. The thing is that I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter at all, really. The whole team, and in large part the general industry of Japanese to English translation, in the context of games and anime and all of those things, really anything nerdy, is, like, they've all been taught by the same people. They're given the same advice and told to do the same things. It doesn't matter who the lead is. It's gonna keep being like this. Like, Kate was not noticeably worse or better than Koji Fox. It's just the same. It's always gonna be the same. Yeah, but what Justice R is doing in Razan, eliminating monsters, could be called just. What do you think? Dude, Metaphor is different though, because Metaphor is just like, those translators don't speak Japanese. That one was just like Japanese 101 errors. They didn't know enough Japanese to be able to make willful changes in Metaphor. It's just horribly incompetent. And there's still so many questions surrounding what Justice R is doing, or the one thing we know for certain is that he's bringing chaos to the island. God, that one was funny.
そうですね。やはり本人がいくら正義を口にしていても、現状の行動だけで結論を出すべきではなさそう。
you're right, no matter how much he talks about justice. We shouldn't draw our conclusions just based on his, present actions.
ありがとうございます。私だけでは冷静な判断も難しかったと思うので、あなたの言葉を聞けて少し安心しました。
Thank you. I don't think I could have made a, rational decision on my own. What you just said really did put me at ease. That's a bit awkward, but whatever.
やることは変わりませんね。ジャスティス R がどのような思想で行動していようと、私たちも自らの目的を果たすべく全力を尽くすだけ。
Also, again, to any potential new viewers, the incredibly quick line by line, or I mean, I guess it's technically line by line translation, phrase, each of these bubbles. It's by no means like a completed translation that you would put into the game, it's just me giving a quick and dirty. Because otherwise we'd be here forever. So, what we need to do stays the same. Yeah, no matter what ideology is, I guess, driving Justice R. And what we need to do everything we can to get the icon
そ
back.
のためにもジャスティス R を見つけないと、引き続き調査に全
Okay, that's why we need to find Justice R. Yeah, Japanese Undertale really proves that equivalent translation is possible. It's phenomenal. What, the secret to popularity?
ようこそ、オレオさん。最近、ジャスティス R が次々と魔物退治を行っているようで、かなりの数の証言が集まっていますよ。
Okay. Seems that Justice R has been exterminating monsters one after another. There've been a lot of, eyewitness sightings of him.
中には、空中に岩石が出現する瞬間を見たという人もいたんです。やはり、落石は自然現象ではなく、再起の力を利用した魔法的な現象と見て間違いなさそうですね。
Oh, among those there have even been those who claim to have seen the exact moment that rocks materialized out of thin air. So then it seems safe to say that these rockfalls weren't natural, but were rather magical phenomenon caused by the, icon.
また、彼が退治しているのが、いずれも植物の魔物だということも分かってきました。なぜ、特定の魔物ばかり退治しているのかはまだ謎ですが。
We've also... I've also learned that the, monsters that he's been exterminating have all been plant monsters. Nah, that's the thing, is that I really dislike that translation has become a weird culture proxy war. Because, I mean, Koji Fox completely fucked up the script for no reason other than his own ego. He just wanted the game to be different. Wanted to make little changes and make it more like Game of Thrones or whatever. People just... There's just a critical lack of respect. In large part due to the incredibly racist background that surrounding Japanese to English translation in this type of media. Nah, I don't keep up with that, man. I think that everything deserves to be translated faithfully, but I am not a fan of that at all. So I would not be keeping up with it. Yeah, it's all like plant monsters. Why he's only, what, targeting that specific type of monster is still a mystery.
加えて、最近のジャスティス R は、誰かが魔物に襲われている現場に限って現れるようなんです。
Okay. In addition, it seems that lately Justice R has only been appearing, what, at times when, what, people are being attacked by monsters?
一方で、魔物に襲われながらも、彼が助けに来なかったという事例は皆無でした。これってあまりにも不自然ですよね。
Huh. Oh, that's interesting. However, there haven't been any cases, what, of monster attacks where he was not present. That's incredibly unnatural, wouldn't you say? Hmm.
ですから、聖戦士団の中でも、魔物の出現は仕組まれたものだと疑う声も出ていまして、このあたりを調べてみる必要があると思うんです。
Yeah, that's why even among the Celestials, there have been those suggesting that these monster attacks were staged. You would either say staged or orchestrated. We need to look into this.
ギガントガル採石場周辺の街道は特に魔物の襲撃事件が多いとか、あそこでなら討伐前の魔物が見つかるかもしれません。そちらで植物の魔物を探してみましょ
う。Okay, so as an example of, like, we haven't looked at the English basically at all for this. But this is an example of not doing actual localization. This is that previous line. Some among the Radiant host have suggested that the Justiciar is planning these assaults somehow, so he alone can reap the glory from thwarting them. I agree and think this should be our next avenue of investigation. They just added in that entire second half of that sentence. Right, Tepeke did not say that. Tepeke is being very professional here. She's not doing this sort of editorializing. She's not making these leaps in logic as to his exact motivations. And the story works better for that. You know, of course, that isn't like the biggest deal ever or anything, but it really just goes to show that their philosophy, you know, is really, they lean very heavily towards just adding or changing shit willy-nilly just because they want to. It's entirely unnecessary. Okay, the Gigantoil Quarry. What, the roads surrounding the Gigantoil Quarry are particularly prone to monster attacks? Now, what, we might be able to find monsters there before, like, any conflict arises? Okay, let's go look for, like, plant monsters there. But really, I think that, in general, people framing things as the issue with translation is that activists and people are changing things for their own political whatever really just kind of poisons the well. Especially because, you know, you're going to have people who are in the industry or people who are knowledgeable about translation who are going to know that that's just not the case. Right? A lot of the times when people make these sort of stupid changes, they're not really doing it willfully, or like with the explicit intent of, oh, I'm gonna change this to better suit my agenda. They're just doing things because they think that they're funny, or they aren't taking their job super seriously and they're just kind of going at it with the same sort of attitude that somebody would do like a jokey fan sub or an abridged series or whatever. And so naturally, the argument is going to fall flat with them and they're going to get mad because you're not representing them properly. And it's also not going to be a particularly convincing argument to outsiders who are looking at things because they're just going to chalk it up to, this is a proxy war, right? This is just people, you got people who are mad about something. No, I mean, changes are bad, of course, but I think that absolutely what people should do if you're upset about the state of translation is to just push for and demand accurate, faithful translations, rather than falling for bait of calling for, like, direct translation, which isn't a thing, and attributing it all to culture war shit. You know, just... The reason why I'm doing this is because I fucking love this game, and I respect Japanese media and art, and want to see it faithfully translated into English so that people can enjoy it. It's got nothing to do with politics.
植物の特徴を持つ魔物、見当たりませんね。私はここから西側の街道を探してみますので、オレオさんは東側をお願いできますか?
Plant like monsters. Okay, she's taking the west, we'll take the
魔物を見
east.
つけたら討伐するのではなく、弱らせてこの特製の網縄で捕獲をお願いします。その正体を見極めようと思いますので。
Okay, if you spot any monsters, don't defeat them, instead, weaken them, and then capture it with this special, rope? Braided rope. We need to find their true nature. Yeah, it's just substantially dumber than you would think. The whole situation is substantially dumber than you would think. There is no concerted, focused effort to censor things. It's just dumb. It's just dumb and random and annoying. Are they going... Okay. Okay, so it's just... Okay. I thought I would actually have to do that, but it's just okay. They don't let you... They don't let you fuck it up. Oh, okay. I mean, the Harshavon thing seems very much in the opposite direction, where my read is that Koji Fox just didn't like the idea of his character being, like, flirted with by a dude. He just went, ew, gross. And then changed it, and then, like, completely made up bullshit about the Western audience finding it problematic. Nah, dude, Westerners love campy, ridiculous characters, actually. Slay.
それらしき魔物はいませんね。襲撃自体にジャスティス R が関与しているという推測は的外れだったのでしょうか?
Okay, didn't find any monsters matching the description. Yeah, people love Super Bitch. If they had actually translated Harshafon's, like, catchphrase, that he would have been so ridiculously popular. Like, whoa, the line... A proper translation of one of his lines that they just completely cut. I think it was in ARR, was... He said, like, the thought of you... sweat glistening off of your perfectly sculpted muscles as you trod gallantly through the what, trod gallantly through the untouched fields of snow. How wonderful. That's amazing. He's ridiculous. Okay, no sign of any monsters. Like that, one of our theory, our guess, that Justice R was involved in the attack was off the mark. No, this is just like a very weak little
これ
mobile.
は過去の目撃情報にもあった魔物です。本当に現れるなんて。
Oh, this is one of the monsters, what, reported in previous testimony? Yeah, in the eyewitness reports. They're actually here.
この魔物は今しばらく捉えておいてください。デミールの入れ付教に聞き込みに行った際に知り合った錬金術師さんに頼んで調べてもらいましょう。
Well, the thing is that he's... I probably shouldn't have said flirt, because it's more that he's a massive warrior of light nerd. He is a dedicated otaku. He just thinks you're the coolest thing ever. You're super cool and super amazing, and he worships the ground that you walk on. Like, you could do literally anything and he's gonna be in the front row cheering his head off. Okay, hold on to this, monster. I'll ask, yeah, this alchemist to examine it. Yeah, he just thinks that you are the literal coolest thing ever. It's kind of, right? I mean, it's nuanced. The joke mostly is that he is overly... It's like an infatuation or an obsession, rather than he's actually trying to get with you. Right? I hate to say this. This pains me. But probably the most accurate comparison is that he treats you the way that, like, fucking Swifties treat Taylor Swift. Right? He's a fucking Swiftie. For the Warrior of Light. Unholy utterance. But it's accurate.
てっぺけちゃんから話は聞いてるよ。
Like, that really is probably the best way to think about it.
モルボルバルブを見せてもらえるかい？
モルボルボルブ。Leave the warrior of light alone.
魔物とはいえ植物ってことなら、成分の調査は任せておいてちょうだい。
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, it's like, you know, if it's a plant, leave the analysis to me. Like of its composition or something.
「実に興味深い魔物だったよ。結論から伝えると、こいつは自然に生まれた個体ではないね。
It's a truly fascinating monster. To make things short, it's not a natural entity, like a natural being.
調査の結果、この魔物はまだ幼体だということが分かった。魔物の種や菌糸に特定の錬金薬を加えることで、無理やり成長させられたんだ。
Okay, from my investigation, I've discovered that this monster is still, what, juvenile? It was forcibly made to grow by the addition of a specific, what, alchemical ingredient or, like, alchemical concoction to its seeds or hyphae?
その錬金薬には対象を興奮させる副作用もある。容体が自分よりも大きな人間に襲いかかったのもその影響だろうね。
This concoction has a side effect that causes agitation in the subject. The fact that this juvenile attacked humans much larger than itself was likely due to that influence. This is something that I really love about the game. They're willing to go very technical.
一般に流通してないのはもちろん、希少な素材を要するので、個人で調合を行うには相当な資金が必要になるはずだよ。
However, this concoction, not only is it not widely available, but it requires rather rare ingredients. But so, creating it oneself would require a substantial amount of money.
つまり相手はかなりのお金持ちということですね。
So, whoever did this is rather rich, right?
ふむ、今まで集めた目撃情報でも、その大半が小ぶりの魔物に襲われたと証言していました。錬金薬によって生み出された妖体と考えてよしさ。そうですね。
Most of the, eyewitness reports so far have, described attacks by small... It's like small-ish, or somewhat small monsters. Seems fairly safe to assume, then, that those are... they're describing these, juvenile monsters grown via this concoction.
これほど短期間に多くの魔物退治を行っていることからして、相手は魔物が順当に育つのを待ってられないのでしょう。なので錬金薬を利用して襲撃を行わせた、と。
I get the distinct feeling that this is going to be unrelated. I don't think Justice R is smart enough to do this. Given, how many monsters have been exterminated in such a short period of time, it seems like our enemy, who we're dealing with, Aite here is, she probably means Justice R, but technically, she means Justice R. Couldn't wait for the, monsters to, grow naturally. That's why they resorted to utilizing this concoction to incite or cause these attacks.
病態ということも犯人にとっては好都合なはずです。確実に倒せる程度の強さでないと魔物を退治してみせることはできませんから。
And the fact that they're juveniles works in the culprit's advantage as well. After all, he can't make a show of defeating the monsters unless they're, weak enough to be dealt with absolute certainty.
いよいよジャスティス R による自作自演の可能性が濃厚になってきましたね。その前提でさらなる情報を集めましょう。
自作自演。There's a lot of ways you could translate that. It's increasingly likely that this is all you could say charade orchestrated by Justice R, or this whole thing was staged by Justice R. let's look for information to try and confirm that.
それなら、一度エドリマンに戻ってはどう？あの集落でも彼の話題を口に出す若人は多いと聞く。噂や目撃談も集まりやすいんじゃないかな。
Okay, so they're just saying let's go back to Yedoliman. There's lots of young people are talking about him. Should be easy to get information.
ええ、貴重なお話をありがとうございました。いただいた分析結果は決して無駄にはしません。
Thank you so much. Yeah, we won't let this analysis of yours go to waste.
さあ、イエドリマンへ向かいましょう。
I love talking to 3 people exactly.
Justice R と対峙された魔物について、それなら、聖戦士団でも調査報告が上がってましたね。
Okay, Justice R and what monsters he's been defeating. The Celestials have a report regarding that
現場に
as
なっ
well.
たのは、普段から人通りも少なく、聖戦士団も頻繁に巡回したりはしない道だそうです。使うのは、ごく一部の商人や荷運び人のみだとか。
Okay, the incidents took place in a area that sees little traffic and isn't frequently patrolled by the Celestials. It's only used by what small portion of what merchants and what I guess borders.
相手は魔物退治を行う場所についてかなりの下調べをしたか、あるいはそうした商人に近しい立場の人間かもしれない。報告はそうまとめられていましたね。
Okay, the report concluded that he either conducted extensive research into the site of the attack, or he was someone closely related to like those sorts of merchants. I mean, that could explain where they would get the money. Oh no, do you think he's being sponsored by a merchant and he thinks that everything that he's doing is totally real? Oh no, that would be so sad.
おう、君もジャスティス R の話を聞きたいのかな？俺が見たのは、集落近くの街道で魔物と向き合ってる姿だった。
Oh, you want to know about Justice R? I saw him, facing down or fighting a monster on a road near the village.
どんな魔法か知らないけど、岩石を降らせて退治してくれてさ。ちょうど、聖戦士団も巡回に出ている時だったし、放置していたら、集落に魔物が入ってきたかもしれない。
I don't know what sort of magic he used, but he just rained down rocks and wiped the floor with them. The Celestials were out on patrol at the time, and if he hadn't done something about it, they might have made their way into the village.
それから、見たか、私こそ、ラザハンのヒーローだ。と叫んで、こちらに向けて、力強く手を挙げてくれたんだ。逆光だったのに、俺の姿にも気がついてたんだな。
And then he shouted, "Yeah, did you see that? I'm the real hero of Razahan." And then, turned to face me and lifted his hand powerfully and, raised his hand into the sky. I'm trying to, like, this tunnel ni. I guess, like, what, the light was behind him and he still... Like, right behind him and he still noticed me? That one I'm a little bit less confident on. I mean, he is just kind of describing him as, like, hitting a cool hero pose, perfectly illuminated by the sun.
Justice R のことですか？若い者は、あの奇妙な言動に惹かれているようだが、私から見れば、いかがわしいだけですよ。
Ah, you want to know about Justice R? Yeah, the young people seem to... would really be drawn to his weird behavior and, his odd behavior and, you could just say behavior, but to me, it just looks shady.
親しい商人が以前崖から滑り落ちて足をくじいたとき、偶然ジャスティス R に遭遇したのですが、奴と来たら手を差し伸べもせず去っていったとか。
Wow, what a piece of shit. What, merchant friend of mine ran into Justice R after he slipped off of a cliff and, what, sprained his... It's like sprained his leg or sprained his ankle. Yeah, and he just walked away without even offering to help.
魔物退治の話ばかり取り沙汰されていますが、彼がヒーローを自称するなら、なぜ困っている者を無視して立ち去っていったのでしょうね。
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about him exterminating monsters, but if he was really trying to call himself a hero, why would he just ignore someone in need and walk away? Yeah, okay, so look at this. Here's another example. They just, like... They can't leave well enough alone. They feel compelled to change things just to change them. A merchant I know took a tumble as he was transporting his goods. Not long after comes the justiciar, looking chivalrous as you please in his shining armor. But did he offer a helping hand? No. He ran off with nary a glance backwards. He may go on about slaying beasts, but a real hero would never ignore someone in need, even if they were just suffering from scraped knees and a bruised ego. Laugh track. Why is he, like, downplaying this? He treated that as, like, a serious thing? Like, this guy is not downplaying the idea of having, like, a sprained leg, you know, sprained ankle. That's actually, like, it sucks. Right? Like, why would you downplay that? Like, his friend actually needed help, and he's saying, like, if he says he's a hero, why would he ignore someone in need and just walk away? Why are you downplaying that in the English? Like, he's clearly actually upset about this. He's not saying, like, oh, my merchant friend, like, oh, he just had a scraped knee and a bruised ego. Who talks like that? Nobody talks like that.
オレオさん、ちょっといいですか？こちらの方なんですが。
Oh, do you have a second? This person here.
錬金薬を扱っている商人さんだそうで、ジャスティス R のことを聞いたら、急に動揺されて。
Apparently they're a merchant who deals in alchemical concoctions. When I asked him about Justice R, he... like, suddenly got incredibly flustered or something?
いえ、そんな動揺など。ただなぜ、私に、ジャスティス R のことを尋ねたのか、意図が、さっぱりわからなかったものですから。
Okay, you might go with composure, like lost his composure. No, lost my composure. I just don't know why you're asking me about Justice R.
彼は錬金薬によって強引に魔物を生み出し、自作自演の魔物退治を行っていたかもしれないんです。あなたも錬金薬を扱っているなら何か知りませんか？
Justice R may very well be using alchemical concoctions to force raise or create monsters and then staging. This is... I'm trying to think of how you would phrase this, because it's a very long sentence. It's like, in order to create staged monster attacks, he has been... You'd probably have to flip this. So it's, in order to create his staged monster attacks, he was potentially utilizing, like, alchemical concoctions to forcibly create monsters. Since you deal in these alchemical concoctions yourself, do you know anything about that?
私は関係ない。ビラ、いえ、奴のことなど何も。
I don't have anything to do with this. Vita, I mean, I don't know anything about that guy.
そうは思えないので、
It's like I don't know anything
あ
about
なたからも
Vita.
質問してみてもらえませんか？
Yeah, I don't buy it, but... Can you try questioning him? Okay, the bottom... the bottom option is just like, are you in on this? Are you involved with this? The top option is like... The person we're looking for is someone who's... quite well acquainted with... alchemical concoctions and... like, merchants. You know, we're kind of just putting the screws on.
私が錬金薬を扱っているから、なんだというのです。この国に、商人は5万といるじゃないですか。それだけで、ビラザーンと関係しているなど、決めつけて。
Yeah, so what if I deal in alchemical concoctions? There's... countless merchants in this nation who do the same. You can't just use that to jump to the conclusion that I'm affiliated with Virazan. Who's
ビ
Virazan?
ラザーンとは誰のことですか？もしかしてジャスティス R の本名？
Who exactly is this Virazan? Is that, by any chance, Justice R's real name?
それは、ちょっと、勘違いを、つまり、その。
Well, there's been a bit of a misunderstanding, that's, you see.
いえ、これ以上取り繕うのは無理ですね。ここで、ジャスティス R、息子、ビラザーンについて、尋ねられるなど思っておらず、動揺してしまいました。
It looks like can't keep this up. I wasn't, expecting to be asked about Justice R, my son, Virazan, and lost my composure.
息子って、じゃあ、魔物を生み出す錬金薬や商人たちの情報を彼に渡していたのはあなたなんですか？
Your son? Yeah, so then were you... Yeah, were you the one who gave him these... alchemical concoctions and gave him the, information on the merchants?
はい、間違いありません。渡したというより、奪われたという方が正しいですが、それを隠していた時点で同じことでしょうから。
Yes, that's correct. It would be more accurate to say that they were stolen from me. However, the fact that I kept that hidden, is tantamount to the same thing?
ジャスティス R のことを教えてくれますか？
Can you tell us more about Justice R?
ジャスティス R ことビラザーンは幼い頃からヒーローという存在に憧れを持っていました。高い金を払い、弓術を習わせたこともあります。
Yeah, Virazan, Justice R, has looked up to heroes ever since he was a child. I even paid a very large sum for him to be trained in archery.
その甲斐あって結構な腕前にはなったのですが、生来の調子に乗りやすい性格が災いして、さらに高みを目指そうという気概は持ち得なかったようです。
Thanks to that, he did become quite skilled. However, his tendency to get carried away or to get cocky worked against him, but apparently he lacked the drive or the metal to achieve greatness.
むしろ見栄えばかり良い装備を選んだり、高価なポーションに頼ったりしてばかりで。
So instead, he just chose equipment based on how it looked and relied on expensive potions.
その性格に私も愛想を尽かしまして、数年前生きるに困らぬ金銭を渡して感動したのですが、つい先日ふらっと姿を現したのです。
Yeah, Hey, here's another example of MTL not being good. This Aiso Tsukashimashite is I lost my patience with him. I was entirely fed up with his behavior, and a few years ago I gave him enough money that he would be able to live comfortably and disowned him. Yet recently he showed up again.
では、その時にあなたの商売道具である錬金薬や情報を奪って、
And so, at that time he stole your stock? That's she's talking about the concoctions and the information as being his property. I don't know how you would exactly do that, but you get what I mean.
本人はこう語っていました。各国でジャスティス R を名乗りヒーロー活動をしていた折に、自由の扉の首領アパーヒなる人物に出会ったと。
What he said was that while he was working as a hero in various nations under the name Justice R, he encountered a certain person named Apahi, the leader of Freedom's Gate.
狩猟の下で自分は大いなる力を得られた。この力で誰よりも輝いてみせると相当な心酔ぶりでした。どうやら組織にも相当な資金を提供しているようです。
It's under their leadership he attained great power. It's he was utterly devoted, saying that this great power would allow him to shine brighter than anyone else. You don't necessarily need to use the term shine for this kagayaite miseru. Necessarily. This line is a little bit awkward to render into English. You know, you might say, like, with this power, I'll be the greatest hero the world's ever seen, maybe. Oh no, he's getting fleeced. Oh no, he's getting completely fleeced. No, yeah, it's just, in these situations, there are times in which certain phrases that exist in both languages get used at varying frequencies. Right? Whereas, if something was relatively rare in one language, it might be used more often in another, leading to a discrepancy. You always want to err on the side of caution and not change things, but if an expression is incredibly seldomly used in one language, but very frequently used in another, then even if there's an equivalency in terms of the exact words being used, there would be a difference in perception. For example, it's like, it's one of the reasons why people give Japanese media so much shit for, like, the power of friendship. Because just because nakama can mean friend, it doesn't mean it always means friend. You know, you've got a bunch of different words in Japanese that can mean something ranging from friend to ally. But if you just go with, oh, it means friend, so we're just gonna call them, like, say, I've got my friends with me, that's not actually necessarily accurate. Okay, evidently he's also provided a considerable amount of funding to the organization. But yeah, like, here, let's look at the actual English line for this. They say he claimed that under the guidance of his newfound allies. That's not what he said. He's talking about, like, the leader. He specifically referenced the leader, not his newfound allies. He obtained a great power. Like, the Japanese saying that he was enamored with the leader, with Apahi. He obtained a great power, powerful enough to eclipse all heroes who have come before and shall come after. That's just not the way that he talks. He's a moron. As he put it, it seems he gives what money he still has to these people. That's also not information that's there. He just says he's provided considerable funding to the organization. He might still be just totally fine in terms of funds. There's nothing necessarily in the Japanese that's indicating that he's running out of money.
そうした体現相互の結果がまさか自作自演とは、行動もラザファンを混乱させるばかりで、父として不甲斐ないですよ。
To think that all of his... what, boasting was just his... like, the result of his own orchestrated acts. Or it's like, you know, all of his, like, the achievements he boasted about were nothing more than a charade. What he's done is... all that he's done is throw Razahan into chaos, or, like, cause chaos and unrest in Razahan. As a father, I'm utterly ashamed.
自由の扉の目的を思えば、ヒーロー活動によって国家に混乱を生み出すことが本来の狙いなのでしょう。ビラザーン本人にその自覚はなくても。
Yeah, like, その自覚はなくても. Considering the objective of Freedom's Gate. But it seems like there's Like, their real objective is to cause chaos within, like, the nation through these heroic actions of his, even if Virazan himself is unaware.
ビラザーンも利用されているだけなのか。情けなさと我が身可愛さから口をつぐんでいましたが、ならば、なおのこと、人々に真実を伝え息子を救ってやらねば。
But so, you think Virazan is being used? What, I stayed silent out of, what, shame and... What, and to, like, keep myself safe? Like, to cover myself? I guess is what you would say for that? Kawaii-sa? I don't know, that might be... Hang on. My intrinsic read is, like... Yeah, okay. Ah, that's satisfying. That's satisfying. I have never actually heard this phrase, this wagami kawaii-sa. But my intrinsic read was like to cover my own ass or like to keep myself safe. And that's actually what it means. Hell yeah. It's very satisfying when that happens, when you run into a phrase that you've never actually heard before, but you just kind of have an instinctive read on it. But in this case, I really must reveal the truth to... what, save my son? What, reveal the truth and... save my son, probably. It's very rare that that needs to happen. Like, it's incredibly rare that that needs to happen. A great example of that, though, is the... You know, the Undertale translation into Japanese comes to mind. It's just kind of been on... It's just, I don't know, the first thing that I'm thinking of. But in that, you've got the whole section in English that's talking about knock-knock jokes. Like, they tell a long, sweeping sequence about Sansatorial through knock-knock jokes. The concept doesn't exist in Japanese at all. And so they change it to, like, manzai. You know, to like... classic Japanese-style comedy. Like some Osaka-ben bullshit. You know, they change the joke framing, but they keep the concept the same. And it works. It's, in both languages, it's people bonding over bad jokes. Nah, like the whole concept of the knock-knock who's there, it's very specific. That's not a thing. And so they changed it to, like, bad puns. And it works. It works really well. Because both joke structures are relying on shitty puns. But it's really rare that you need to do that. You know, it's not like you need to do that all the time. If you were just changing jokes that work totally well between the languages willy-nilly just because you wanted to, that is not really good.
ぜひ今の話を聖戦士団にも、私たちも彼を止められるよう全力を尽くしますから。
Yes, please tell what you just told us to the Celestials, and we'll do everything we can to stop it.
ありがとうございます。ここでお二人に会えてむしろ良かった。
Thank you so much. I suppose it actually is it worked out for the best that I met you here. You might even go with like the you found me out.
故郷での私も彼と同じ。尊敬する父の脅しを借り、己のことのように自慢してたから、ビラザーンの気持ちはわかる部分もありますね。
Yeah, this is good. You know, back home I was just like him. It's like I boasted about my, or like I bragged about my father's achievements like they were my own. You know, the father that I respected so much like they were my own, so I understand how, like in part, how Virazan feels.
私からも聖戦士団に呼びかけ、今の話を広めてもらいます。そして、本当の彼の姿を皆に認識してもらい、何としても、ビラザーンを止めましょう。
I'll tell the Celestials to spread word about what we just found out. We need to make sure that the people know who he really is and stop Virazan.
嘘で作り上げられたヒーロー像なんて、いつかは必ず崩れ去ってしまうのだから。
Ah, yeah. Hirozo. Yeah, this is like... The phrase crumble here, like the... You know, you'd say like that image of a hero built on lies is bound... would crumble eventually. That's awkward as shit. I don't know, you might just say like a hero like built from lies or like born off of lies can't last forever. Maybe. But how long will this popularity last? Okay. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Don't go nowhere. Honestly, man, I'm back, by the way. Him being like a spoiled rich kid and having a super lame name makes it even better. Like, that's all the more reason to have the ridiculous name of Justice R.
ジャスティス R、いえ、ビラザーンの自作自演について、彼のお父さんが告白してくれた真実が広まってきました。
The truth about Justice R, or should I say Virazan, that his, father? Confessed to what, regarding his, staged actions? Fuck, that line was awkward as hell. I'm not gonna try and rephrase it. has spread.
聖戦士団もいよいよ捕獲に動き出したそうです。ジャスティス R を信奉してた若者たちの間でも戸惑いが広まっており、その人気も下降しているとか。
It seems though the Celestials are finally moving to arrest him. Amongst the young people who looked up to Justice R, doubt, confusion is beginning to spread, and his popularity is declining.
それと、聖戦士団の皆さんから気になることを聞きました。魔物退治に使われた岩石を一つずつ確認したところ、いずれも現場にある種類の石だったとのこと。
Huh. But I heard something of, interesting from the Celestials. They examined the rocks used in in his monster exterminations, and it turns out that every single one of them was the same variety. Yeah, okay, Radiant Guard is, their name is, I can't remember the pronunciation. I think it's just Hoshi Senshidan. I think it's Hoshi. It might be Se. Might be Se Senshidan. I'm not entirely sure which. I don't remember. But that's like Star Warriors. You could just go with Celestial or something along those lines to indicate star. I think that they call them the Radiant Host or something.
例えば、ギガントガル採石場の近くでは、周辺で取れる巨人石が転がっていたというんですよ。この情報も、再起の能力を探るのに役に立つと思いますか？
Yeah, it's weird. I don't like the name. Hang on, let me reread this line. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I misread this. Hey, look, I'm willing to admit mistakes. They're not all of the same variety. It's all of the stones used in the extermination were ones native to the area. Like ones found in the area. Yeah, for example, the giant stone mined in the vicinity of Gigantogal were found in that vicinity. And do you think this information might be helpful in investigating the capabilities of the icon? Yeah, so your two options are teleporting rocks from the vicinity, or the rocks aren't being produced magically. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the top option.
なるほど。つまり、再起についてより正確に表すなら、付近の岩石を転移させる力ということですね。いよいよ能力の全貌を解き明かせる日も近そう。
I see. So then, we could more accurately describe the ability of the icon as the ability to teleport nearby rocks. But the day is drawing near where we fully uncover its capabilities.
そうそう、ジャスティス R を支持していた若者たち
Yeah,
です
the day
が、
that we fully uncover its capabilities is drawing near.
離れていったようです。逆に言うと、今残っているのは熱烈な信奉者ってことですね。
Oh, yes. Regarding the young people who supported Justice R, it seems that the majority of them have like, are disillusioned with him and have, left, like, stopped supporting him. However, that is to say, the ones who remain are very fervent followers.
特に都市内で
Very devoted.
信仰者たちはジャスティス R から手紙を受け取っているなんて噂も。この手紙、調べてみる価値があると思いませんか?
There are rumors that, like, his, followers in the city have been receiving letters from Justice R. Do you think that's worth looking
早
into?
速ラザハンに向かうとして、
Don't you think that's worth looking
商店
into?
街の方で情報を集めてみます。ラザハンに
Okay,
聞
okay.
き込みが終わったら、
Those were just directions of where to go and who to talk to. I love talking to 3 people exactly. It is my favorite quest setup. It's so frequent that you just go around and ask for information from exactly 3 people.
ああ、手紙を柄の悪い奴らに奪われちゃった。せっかくジャスティス R 直々の招集だったのに。
Yeah, what, like a bunch of, like, bad guys stole the, or like thugs almost stole the letter. You know, it was a invitation from Justice R himself.
君もジャスティス R に会いたいのかい？少ししか読めなかったけど、どこかに信奉者を集めて伝えたいことがあるらしいよ。
I'm always down for a laugh. Oh, you want to meet Justice R too? I only saw, well, I could only read a little bit of the letter, but apparently he's wanted to gather up his fans, his followers. He had something he wanted to tell them.
それにしても、あのゴロつき、手紙を奪ってどうするつもりなんだろう。恨みを晴らしてやるとか口走ってたけど。
You're going to say, speak with Wuklamot, but joke's on you, Wuklamot's one of my favorite characters. She's great. Like, unironically, Wuklamot's probably the best part of Dontrell. I wonder what they're planning on doing with the letter. But he said something about, like, getting even. Oh, people are not happy with Justice R.
あなた、ペッペケって娘とよく一緒にいるでしょう。彼女がジャスティス R 様の悪い噂を広めてるって聞いたことがあるわ。
Oh, you're the one who's always with that girl, FFXIV? I heard she's been spreading horrible rumors about Justice R. See, the thing is, I know that this is going to be another side tangent. I'm actually totally fine with that, because what they've done this in the past with having certain characters be like the primary sub-character of an expansion, but they never actually gave them enough time to really fully develop. And so, just having 7.0 be you training up Wuklamot actually worked in its favor. Because by the end of it, I had a full understanding of the character, was very invested, and genuinely enjoyed the time spent around her. Because they actually, like, I wish that they had done more with previous characters in those situations. Like, I wish that Stormblood had been more about Nisei. I wish that, like, Shadowbringers had had more stuff with Lyn. Or, you know, Dean. Really, Dean is like more like Lin or Leon than Reen. Fucking Reen.
また、変に嗅ぎ回られるのも嫌だし、悪いけど何も教えられることはないわね。
When I don't want you looking around, so I got nothing to tell you. Like sniffing around. Like, the fact that they had Stormblood be the Rise expansion and then she just barely did anything was such a disappointment. You know, like you had Rise, you had Hien, you had all of these side characters that they just didn't really give enough time to fully develop.
手紙のことは知ってるけど、もらえそうにないや。最近、ジャスティス R のことを話すと、大人たちが怒るんだ。あと、ちょっとでも帰りが遅いとすぐ探しに来たりしてさ。
Yeah, I know about the letters, but I don't think I'm gonna get one. All the adults have been angry whenever, like, they get mad whenever I talk about Justice R. And if I don't get home on time, they're gonna come looking for me.
他の子供たちも手紙は持ってないと思うけど、さっきザッシャルって証人さんが彼の名前をつぶやいてたよ。笑顔でメリートズメイハネの方へ歩いて行ったけど。
Huh. Wait a minute. Let me just make sure that I'm not misreading this. Because this kid seems to be saying, like, I don't think the kids have them either. Yeah, it's like I don't think the other kids have letters either. But I heard a merchant called, what? Zasharu? Like, muttering his name under his breath, he was walking off to Merid's Mehane with a big smile on his face.
彼はヒーローじゃないって噂も聞いた。もしそれが本当だったら残念だな。
And I heard, you know, a rumor that he wasn't really a hero. You know, it'd be a real shame if that was true.
信奉者を呼び。
But genuinely, like, I was fully expecting going into Dawn Trail to hate Wuklamot, and then the more that, like, the more that she showed up on screen, the more I was like, wait a second, this character is great. Wait, this character is, like, incredibly endearing. I raised that lion. Look at her go. Like, I was fucking... In that Baku Jaja fight, I was hyped up. Like a proud parent. She learned that from me. Oh no, yeah, the English makes her just... She's nowhere near as stupid as she is in English. Like, nowhere near. And is way more attentive and, like, compassionate. She's a classic hero, right? The somewhat naive but courageous, plucky hero who's got a heart of gold. Right? It's a classic setup for a lovable character. And it works really well. This is like, what, I'm raking it in? Or like I really raked it in? Been a long time since I've had a customer who pays this well.
っていつぞやの英雄様じゃありませんか？まさか今頃あんたのお仲間に売った地図のことで何か物言いでも？
Hey, wait a minute, it's you, the hero. Or that hero. Don't tell me you're... What, here to complain about that map I sold to your... Like, again, this is Nakama. I don't know if you would really say... In this situation, you might say buddy. Like that map I sold to your buddy? That buddy of yours?
アルザダール3世が残した宝の地図って触れ込みに何ら嘘はなかったはずですぜ。そりゃ、売り方にちょいと工夫はしましたがね。
Yeah, buddy, pal. You know, saying it was a treasure map for... What, it was like King Aruzaru III's treasure map. None of that was a lie, you know. I mean, I did, you know, put a little bit of work into selling it, though. Okay, your two options are: you still doing shady business? You still doing shady work, or I'm here to ask about something else. That's not what I'm here for.
それなら良いんですが、だとしたら英雄様が何のご用です？
This guy using AU sama with katakana there. I mean, that's fine, but then, you know, what's a hero like you got to do with me? Like, what business does a hero like you got with me?
アン？ジャスティス R がばらまいてる手紙について？そりゃ、また、随分妙なことに首を突っ込んでますな。
Huh? What, the letters Justice R is given out? Yeah, you're really, What quest number is this one for the roll quest? Hang on. I believe in English this one is called Floundering Fame. It's the level 96 one. I don't know, this one might be like, you're really poking your nose where it don't belong. I don't know, it's not necessarily that. He says, Suibun myo na koto ni. Like you're really getting yourself mixed up in some... Yeah, it's like odd business, but you probably wouldn't say that.
自信満々な兄ちゃんから、うずねやかなる絵の転送魔文が開く地図を所望されましてね。手持ちの地図を片っ端から売ってやっただけですよ。
I really don't necessarily like Companion there because it just doesn't really match the tone of this guy. Right? Like, the way this dude is talking is way more rough. Huh. It's like, what, an oddly confident, what, errand, like, follower of his or something? What, asked for a map that would open up, like, the teleportation circle to the, what, Uze... Uzunear... Neakanaru. Uzenear Canal? So I just sold him every map I had on hand?
小耳に挟んだ話じゃ、ばらまかれてる手紙には、地図のうち、複製された一枚が同封されているようで、大方、ウズネヤカナルで、秘密の会合でもするつもりでしょ
う。Okay. From what I've heard, those letters he's been spreading around have a copy of one of those maps in them, like a part of one of those maps in them. He's probably holding a secret meeting at the Uzuneya Canal.
ただ、まあ、奴は随分恨みも買ってますからね。そうそう望み通りに行くかは怪しいですが。
But, you know, that guy's made a lot of enemies, so I don't think it's gonna go how he wants. You know, I don't think it's gonna go like he planned. Katakana is harder than anything, especially just names.
空に困った島民が悪事に手を染めることがままあります。
Fortunately, there's no major, bandit groups in Dazahan. But, islanders who are really struggling do occasionally, turn to crime.
以前、ジャスティス R の魔物退治に巻き込まれて、強盗に失敗したゴロツキが逆恨みをしてると聞いたんですよ。そうした連中も、復讐のため紛れ込んでくるかもしれませんが。
I heard that, one of those muggers who got caught up in one of, or who someone who, failed, this is awkward. Someone who botched a robbery after getting... Yeah, it's botched a robbery after getting caught up in one of Justice R's monster exterminations. Monster slayings. And is, got a real grudge on him. Is gonna be there. He doesn't say he's gonna be there. It's heard about that guy. Someone like them might just try and sneak in to get his revenge.
さ、俺が知ってる話はこんなもんです。地図に記された場所も主演の森のどこかとしか覚えてないんで、そろそろ勘弁してもらえますか?
I don't remember what this is. Well, that's all I know. Yeah, the spot on the map is somewhere in the... whatever that is forest. It's Shuen. I don't remember what I had a translation for this and I don't remember what it was. So, come on, I told you all I know. Yeah, give me a break already. And it's not give me a break, it's just quit bothering me. Let me off the hook. I'm going to be quite upset if Justice R never hits a pose and shouts HENSHIN. They better do it.
ジャスティス R に否定的なことが信奉者にも知られているらしく、
The fuck?
気が固くて、
Shroud of the Samga? That sounds like an STD. It seems like what all of Justice R's followers know about the, bad rumors. And so they're not saying anything? Did you find anything out?
おお、さすがオレオさんですね。信奉者を集めているということは、落ちた人気を回復しようと企んでるとか。
Yeah, so other situations where localization is necessary are phrases like set phrases like this. As expected of player character name here is not a good translation for Sasuga. Honestly, you would probably just say, wow, that's amazing. You know, you're something else. You're probably not that, just like some positive affirmation. Well, the Black Shroud is like the Black Cloak Forest. Right, so there's some wiggle room there, but I mean, the bigger problem in Gridania is them changing the spirits of the forest to, what, elementals or something? I think that they call them elementals in the English for just no fucking reason instead of spirits. They're not elemental. It's dumb. They describe the forest of Gridania as being like a pseudo hive mind. It's actually interesting. Now, the problem is that elemental carries a loaded meaning that is not present. Like, there's implications there that are not accurate. See, the thing is that War of the Magi's? What is that again? That's probably a completely different name in the Japanese, so I don't know. I think it's probably copying WoW's elementals, but they're spirits. Like, they're weird pure ether, like pseudo pure ether beings operating on a sort of collective instinct. They aren't actually, like, elementally aligned to anything necessarily. They're, like, pure ether. Okay. The fact that he's trying to gather up his followers, is he trying to, what, restore his lost popularity?
多くは戦闘経験のない若者や子供たち。ならば、地図の場所へ直行せず、落ち着ける近くの集落で、一度、目的地の確認をするのではないでしょうか。
I would need to, like, look that back up, but if they're elementals, then the question is, what element? Matai-san. Okay. Many of them are, what, young people, children with no combat experience. White Mage job quest line. Yeah, I need to do the, White Mage job quests. Yeah. Like, this will come up when I do those. I haven't done them. Okay, so instead of going straight to the, what, spot on the map, they would stop at a nearby settlement where they could, well, make sure they know where they're going.
主演の森ですと、パーラカの里がありますね。確か、
Okay, Paraka Village.
信奉者が
Yeah,
紛れて
people
も気づきにくいかもしれません。
evacuated there after the
私た
apocalypse.
ちも
Okay. Let's go to Paraka. Oh, there you are.
予想が当たりました。ジャスティス R からと応募式、手紙のようなものを持っている若者がちらほらいます。
Looks like I was right. I can see, what a few young people holding what look to be letters from Justice
た
R.
だ、みんな私が近づくと距離を取ってしまって、どうも完全に警戒されてしまったようですね。
But it seems like they're all keeping their distance. Yeah, they don't trust me at all.
私に見られながら、転送魔門の場所を目指す者はいないでしょう。なので、今から私は、おとりになろうと思います。
Okay, none of them will try to make it to the teleportation circle while I'm here. But that's why, I'm gonna be a decoy?
まず、私の存在をしっかり相手に意識させます。
Dude, the scholar spell names are so cool.
からのよう集落を離れる人を、オレオさんが尾行。
They're so fucking cool. But I'm gonna make sure that their attention is on me, then... Or, like, that they know that I'm here. And then when they, try to slip out of the village without being spotted, you go and tell them.
物陰から周囲の様子を伺い、それらしき人を見つけたら尾行をお願いしますね。
Oh no,
私もそのさらに後を
if you wanna be, if you wanna be really mad, the Viper skills are numbered in the Japanese. To tell you what point they are in the combo. They use, like, the cool alt counting kanji so that they're still, like, flavorful and cool, but they're numbered. It's actually, like, pretty easy to just look at the skill list for Viper in the Japanese and just by looking at them be like, oh, okay, you do this and then this and then this. I see. Okay, so just told us to get into a nice hiding spot. If you find someone that, like, we're looking for, follow them. Yeah, they, like, in the Japanese, they give you, like, they have the name for the combo and, like, cool counting kanji 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's like first fang, second fang. Stuff like that. Oh no, I wasn't watching. I wasn't watching where they went. Uh-oh. Okay, I guess I just wait here again? Yeah. Or no, yeah, let's restart. Wait, where is the... Am I just completely blind? I don't see the kid that I'm supposed to be tailing. Oh no, I think I might have streamer brain. Oh, there you are, you little fucker. not like the basic combo is also numbered to tell you where it is in the combo. It's just so that people who are looking at the skill in the skill list can get a good idea of where they're at. So they can set up their bar properly and all that stuff. It made it much easier to sort the skills. It also just sounded cooler. Like, each of the skills in the combo fit that combo instead of having, like, disparate names.
Yoshi, ここでマモンを開けば、その先にジャスティス R が。
I guess this is like crest or seal? I'm not quite sure what this mamon here is. Like, Justice R will be here. Or like, Justice R will be on the other side or be there. I'm kind of fading.
どうしてここにいるんですか?
Oh, it's you. You saved Razahan. But what are you doing here?
集落にいた彼女はおとりだったんですか? ジャスティス R に関する噂は耳に入っていますが、まさかあなたまで調査を。
Oh, so the girl in the village was a decoy? I've heard the rumors about Justice R, but I never thought you would be looking into him too.
荷運びの仕事は護衛もつけてもらえず危険も少なくありません。そんな中、魔物に襲われた時真っ先に駆けつけてくれたジャスティス R にはいくら感謝しても足りなかった。
What, being a transporter is dangerous since we don't have escorts? But even then, what, Justice R was the first one to come to my aid when I was attacked by monsters. I could never possibly thank him enough.
だから噂に惑わされず自分の目で真実を確かめよう。そんな気持ちでここを目指したのですが。
But that's why I wanted to find out the truth for myself rather than being influenced by the rumors. And that's why I came out here.
ゴロつきの話もありますし、私は引き返しましょう。地図はお渡ししますので、ジャスティス R が何を語るのか、代わりに確かめてきてください。
Considering what you said about those, thugs? Or those thugs being here, I'll give the map to you. Yeah, I'm gonna turn back. I'll give the map to you, so please go, hear from Justice R in my place. You just say for me.
"すみません、もう少し前についていたのですが、話し込んでいたので、物陰から様子を見てました。彼を信奉する人も様々な思いを抱いているのですね。
Sorry I got here a little while ago, but since you were in the middle of talking to them, I watched from afar. It seems like even among his followers, they've all got their own reasons.
さあ、マモンを開きましょう。きっとその先に。
Okay. Oh no. All those boulders. Is that the icon?
ラザハンを、いや世界を救いし、英雄伝ではないか。こんなところで、相まみえるとは、なんたる行幸。
Oh no. Oh, if it isn't the hero who saved Razahan, the whole world. What good fortune to meet you here. Like, maybe cross paths with you. You're just staring him down.
なんてのんきな発言を。そこまでですよ、ビラザーン。
Nante nonki na hatsugen. Again, the literal there is like what a carefree thing to say. I don't know. The meaning here is like, don't you realize what's happening here? This is the end. Virazan.
これはまた無粋な呼びかけ。確かに、私には、ビラザーンとしての一面もあるが、それはあくまで、平素の姿に過ぎない。
But how incredibly rude. It's true that... this ichimen. Ichimen. This is rough. This is rough and annoying. I'm trying to think, like, it's really hard to make this Ichiman work. I need to reconfigure this line mentally. I'm not going to attempt it. I'm just gonna say it's like... He's just saying, like, it is true that Virazan is my... like, everyday persona.
こうして、仮面をかぶり、ヒーローとして君臨している以上、その名を語ることは許されるのだ。
Yeah, but... so long as I wear this mask and... it's like live or reign as a hero. Well, I cannot allow you to... speak that name.
.つまり、ビラザーンなんです。よね?
So... You're Virazan, right? That's you. That middle line is fun. That middle line is fun. It's like you're kind of playing into it. It's like your enemy knows your name. What a terrible predicament you find yourself in. Bottom option is like if you reveal your real identity, you could be even more popular. Or a real hero would, like, take pride in their own name. Yeah, you could maybe go with, like, that's just one side of me, or, like, one part of me, maybe. I'm gonna play into it.
ほほう、そういった考え方もあるか。ヒーローの影に潜む一面が、白日の下にさらされしとき、それは、大いなる窮地であり、新たなる活躍への序章。
Oh, no. It's like, haha, I see, that is one way of looking at it. What side of the hero lurking in shadows is brought forth to the light? Like, when it is brought forth to the light of day. What marks what grand predicament. Like dire, like great peril and the start of a brand new chapter. Like a brand new chapter in his heroic exploits, something like that. This is awkward as hell. He's being overly positive. Haha!
改めて名乗りを上げよう。この私、ジャスティス R こそがビラザーンであり、ビラザーンこそがジャスティス R なのだと。
Yeah, let me declare that I, Justice R, am Virazan, and Virazan is Justice R.
なんだかよくわかりませんが、なぜあなたを信奉する人にまで再起の力を使ったんですか?
I don't really get it, but why would you use the icon on your own followers?
再起を知っているとは、そうか、お前サカトラルの集落であった娘か。
Ah, you know about the icon. I see. You're that... What girl I met in that village in Sakotoral, aren't you?
信奉者に紛れ、私への敵意を秘めた連中がいたのでな。能力に巻き込まれた者たちは不運だったが。
Aha, there we go. What, there were those, like, hidden amongst my followers who... What, harbored hostile intent? What, those... What, caught up? Were simply unfortunate? Simply unlucky?
自作
Caught in the
に
mix.
傷つけた人を自ら傷つけておいて何がヒーローですか?
It's like what, you hurt the very same people that what drew to you with your charade? What sort of hero are you? What sort of hero is that?
私に武器を向けるとは、あなたという英雄を尊敬すらしていたのだが。
What would raise your weapon at me? I respected you. I looked up to you as a hero. As a hero.
どうやら、我らは道を違える運命だったようだ。このかつてない危機に、私の心も湧き立つ。
Oh no. But it seems we were destined to walk different paths. But my heart races at this, like, what, unforeseen predicament? Unforeseen crisis, whatever. you might go with development.
我らの対決はきっと避けられぬであろう。しかし、それはより相応式戦場にて、また会おう。
But our confrontation is inevitable. But it will, what, shall take place in a more suitable battlefield? Or more fitting battlefield? Until we meet again.
ああ、もう、
Ka.
いて、
Ah! Ow! Just chucked a rock at him.
何があったのか教えてもらえますか？
Can you tell us what happened? Rocks are truly the ultimate
彼
weapon.
は集まった私たちに向けて自分の目的を語り出したんです。魔物からサベネア島を救うヒーローになるのだって。
He... What told us what his... what goal was? He said, I'm going to become what I'll be the hero to save Sabine Island from the monsters.
しかし、最近の悪評が不服のようでして、私たちにもっとジャスティス R の名声を広めて、自分を尊敬する人間を増やすのだと熱弁を振るっていました。
But it seemed he was upset about his, what recent bad reputation. He fervently urged us to, or like, pressed how we needed to spread the good name of, or like, yeah, spread the good name of Justice R. What, so that, what, draw more people to respect him? I don't know.
俺たちは奴に痛い目を見せてやろうと。
I'm definitely vating.
で、その高慢ちきな演説に我慢できなくなってな。
What we... Itaime? Yeah, what, we snuck in to give him what was coming to him, but... And, you know, I just couldn't stand the... What is... absolute arrogance.
こんなところで、お山の大将を気取っていても、聖戦士団はもちろん、ほとんどの連中は相手にしていない。さっさと自作自演を認めろ、と、そう詰め寄ったんだ。
Ah, this is another... Fuck, that expression is difficult. Okay, it's like he acts like a big shot, like the king of the castle around here, but nobody, you know, not the Celestials, not anybody, like, takes him seriously. Yeah, what pressed him, told him to admit that he had set it all up.
あの野郎、その脅し追いに介さず、噂に聞いた、岩石を降らせる力を使ってきやがった。だが、
Yeah, that bastard just, didn't take my threat seriously or, like, ignored the threat and used that, weird power I heard about to make rocks fall from the sky.
なぜかその岩は、ジャスティス R を信奉している、私たちに向けて降ってきたんです。
But for some reason, all of those rocks came falling down on us, the people who looked up to Justice R.
それを見たジャスティス R は、この力は制御不可能なもの、戦いに 犠牲はつきものだと、そう言いながら笑っていました。
And seeing that Justice R what said while laughing, "This power of mine is really uncontrollable. There are always casualties involved in battle. Like there will always be. You might even go with collateral damage in battle."
驚いた私たちは、止めてくださいと必死に叫んだんですが、それが勘に触ったか、彼はさらに岩を降らせ始めて。
And we were so shocked and begged him to stop, but I guess that really angered him or got on his nerves, and he just rained out even more rocks.
そこから先はひどいありさまでした。この場に集まった全員、大なり小なり、岩石の被害を受けて動けずにいたところにお二人が現れたんです。
Things got even worse from there. Everyone here had been hit by the boulders to some extent, and couldn't move when the two of you arrived, and we were utterly immobilized.
お話しいただきありがとうございます。
I say thank you for telling us.
最後に一つ確認なんですが、先に武器を出して脅迫をしたのはあなたたちなんですね。
But there's one thing I'd like to confirm. You were the ones who drew your weapons and threatened and made threats first, correct?
ああ、間違いないが、それも全ては、ジャスティス R の悪事を暴くためというか、ごく個人的な恨みを晴らすためというか。
Well, yeah, that's true, but we did it to, expose what Justice R had done, or, and, settle the score with him.
パーラカの里に向かう前、聖戦師団にお願いしておいたんです。里の周囲を警戒しておいてほしいって。
But before we went to Paraka village, I asked the, Celestials to, keep watch around the village, patrol around the village.
外に戻ったら、きっと待ち構えていると思うので、今と同じ話を聖戦師団の人に聞かせてあげてください。
They'll be waiting for you. When you go outside, please tell the Celestials exactly what you told us. Oh no. Honestly, I think you should let them off the hook. But you really can't just be going around pointing knives at people.
皆さん、聖戦師団に連れて行かれました。ゴロつきの方々は、ビラザーンに武器を向けたことよりも、過去の強盗行為などについて調べられるそうです。
Oh, okay. They've all been, taken into custody by the Celestials. That's they've all gone with the Celestials, is what they're saying. As for those thugs, it seems apparently they're being investigated for, past robberies rather than for drawing weapons on Virazan.
信仰者の中には大きな怪我を負った者もいました。死者が出なかったことは不幸中の幸いでしたが、
Some of his followers sustained very serious injuries. It's, but the silver lining is that no one was killed.
嫌ですね。幸運とか不幸とか 所持者に幸運が訪れるが、周囲に不幸をもたらすという、再起の逸話通りになってしまっているようで。
Yeah, I really can't stand all of this. What good and bad luck. It's playing out just like that, what the story about the... It's playing out just like that icon, that story about the icon, that it brings its wielder good luck and misfortune to those around them.
ですが、この一件もまた、残る信奉者たちの目を覚ますきっかけになるはず。
Yeah, okay, it's gonna be, Yeah, wake up call is actually pretty good there. MTL gets one thing right, finally. It's gonna be a good wake up call for the followers he has left.
さて、落ち着いたところで、情報を整理しましょう。まず、これまでの調査から私たちが予想していた通り、落石は最近
Yeah, we're doing a
の
recap.
でした。
Yeah, now that we've got a moment to breathe, let's go over what we know. Just like we predicted, those rockfalls were caused by the icon.
岩石の質からして、周囲から転移させているのではないかという仮説も正しいと考えて良さそうです。
Given what nature, or like the qualities of the fallen rocks, it's reasonable to assume that our hypothesis that they were being teleported from the surrounding area is correct.
ただ、命中精度については怪しいところ、再起を持つヴィラザーンに当たることはありませんでしたが、ゴロつきだけでなく、信奉者まで巻き込んでいましたから。
Yeah, but its accuracy is what's questionable, while while they never struck Virazan, who was wielding the icon, they hit not only those thugs, but also his own followers.
あと、以前調査した岩石よりも、今回、ウズネアカナルで見た岩石の方が大きかったような、気のせいかもしれませんが、頭の片隅に留めておこうと思います。
Okay, and she's saying that the rocks that we saw this time seem to be larger than the ones we saw before. Might just be my imagination, but keep it in mind.
残る謎としては、能力の発動条件がまだ分かっていませんね。この点についても、引き続き調査を進めておかないと。
What we still don't know, however, is what conditions for activating that power, that ability. We need to continue investigating that.
そして、直接、ヴィラザーンと向かい合い実感しました。その思想は、彼のお父さんが語っていた通り、ひどく薄っぺらいものに過ぎないと。
Yeah, and meeting Virazan face to face. But I could really tell that what his ideology was just like his father said. Incredibly. You might even go with unbelievably shallow.
ヒーローを自称してはいても、本気で周囲の人をおもんぱかる様子はなく、人気を得たいという虚栄心だけが強い。
But even though he calls himself a hero, he doesn't actually care about the people around him. Well, he doesn't actually seem to care about the people around him. But just his own vanity of wanting to be more popular. Wanting to be more and more
です
popular.
が、熱心な信奉者すら、今回の一件で、彼の下を離れていくのは確実です。ヴィラザーンが追い詰められた状態と言っていいでしょう。
But we know for certain that after this, even his most devoted followers will turn their back on him. Virazan really is backed into a corner.
それだけに今後、彼が何をしでかすのか不安です。自暴自棄になってあの再起の力を無差別に使われたらどんな被害が出ることか。
That's precisely why I'm worried about what he might do next. Yeah, if he were to become desperate and start using the icon indiscriminately, there's no telling how many people might be hurt.
とにかく私は聖戦師団の皆さんと協力してジャスティス R ことビラザーンの行方を追ってみます。新たな情報が入るまでお待ちくださいね。
Okay, I'll work with the Celestials to track down Justice R, aka Virazan. Just wait until then. How are there 2 more quests? It's like, what, the true self behind the popularity?
ジャスティス R は
Behind the fame,
前回の
maybe?
一点から姿を現していません。それもあって調査もあまり進展していないのですが、先ほどトラル大陸から手紙が届いたんです。
Okay. But Justice R hasn't been seen since the last incident. As a result, the investigation hasn't made much progress, but I just received a letter from the continent of Toro.
差出人
From
が
Toro.
私の母ズヘ、なんとビラザーンの襲撃を受けて昏睡していた父が目覚めトライオラまで来ているそうなんです。
It's from my mother. Zue. I'm assuming that it's just, her name is just Z. Well, no, it's just her name is Zue. Okay. Apparently my father, who has been in a coma ever since his attack in... But ever since being attacked by Virazan, has finally awoken and made his way to Toraora.
すぐにでも会いに戻りたいのですが、再起の奪還を誓った身としてはそうもいきません。それに聖戦士団の方と合同調査の予定も入っていますしね。
I'd really love to go back and see him, but since I swore to take back the icon, I can't. And we have the, joint investigation with the Celestials. Which we already made plans to carry out a joint investigation with the
父は
Celestials.
守護役として故郷の誰よりも再起について詳しい人でもあります。
But, as the Guardian, my father is more knowledgeable about the icon than
こ
anyone.
れまでの情報を伝えれば、私たちが見落としていることに気づいてくれるかもしれません。
If we can give him if we can share what we've learned so far, he might be able to notice something we didn't.
そこで、オレオさんにお願いです。私に代わってトライオラに向かい、父と話してきてくれませんか？何か助言がないか聞いてきてほしいのです。
So, please, could you go to Toraora in my place and speak with my father? I want to know if he has... I'd like to hear if he has any advice for me, for
そ
us.
して父との話が終わりましたら、ラザハンのエーテライトプラザまでお越しください。合流してお互いの情報を共有。
Okay. And then she just said after talking to her father, go to the Aetheryte Plaza in Razahan. It is actually interesting that they're having us come back to Toraora, considering how often they seem to just kind of ignore that we can just teleport around.
Ara ara, オレオさんではありませんか。ではテッペケも、それともお一人で来られたのです。
Oh, if it isn't... Yeah, player character name is Tepeke with you, or did you come alone?
それでは、手紙は無事に届いたのですね。あの子も元気そうでよかった。
Oh, so yeah, that letter made its way to you then. I'm glad to hear that my daughter is doing well.
ただあいにく、夫は今いないのです。トライオラまでやってきたと思ったら、使命を果たさなければと、あちこち駆け回っておりまして。
However, unfortunately, my husband isn't here right now. But immediately after making it to Toraora, he said that he simply must accomplish his mission. Has been like rushing. It's like traveling without rest, kind of.
トライオラで何らかの情報をつかんだようです。シャーローニアラノのパリオーナン翼屋を目指すと言っていましたので、そちらに向かうと良いでしょ
う。Okay, apparently he got my husband, Neze, obtained some information in Toraora. He said that he was going for, the Sharoni Desert. Okay. You're really burning all of my, my teleport gil. No, please, no. Please do not. I mean, it's not actually a problem whatsoever. I don't spend gil on anything. But they really are giving you the runaround for this one.
旅の方でしょうか。おかげで助かりました。病み上がりで魔物を相手取るのは無謀だったようです。
A traveler, thank you. Seems it really was, reckless of me to try to, face or take on a monster while still recovering.
なるほど、あなたがオレオさんでしたか。再起を追ってくださっているあなたには、どれだけ感謝しても足りません。
What is that on your face? You're wearing that on purpose? Like, somebody in Toraora didn't trick you and tell you that was, in fashion locally? You're just wearing that. I see, so you're that player character. I can't thank you enough for helping to track down the icon.
サベネア島での出来事を教えてくださり、ありがとうございます。再起の能力が落石だというのは、私も初めて知りました。
Thank you for telling me what occurred on Savenea. I was also unaware that the icon's power was to create rock falls.
実は私もこちらで、再起に封じられたトラルビドラールのことを調べていたのですよ。
Actually, I was, here investigating the, Toral Vidoral sealed within the icons.
連王による大陸統一をきっかけに、私の故郷からもトライオラへと移住した同胞がおりました。わずかでも情報を得られればと、彼らを当たってみたのです。
Okay, following the, unification of the continent by the Diarch, but some of the, fellow villagers, moved to Toraura. I reached out to them, hoping to, in the hopes of obtaining any useful information.
あいにく、同胞たちも、再起の能力は知りませんでしたが、この荒野で、フクロウの魔物を見たというものがおりましてね。
Unfortunately, they were unaware of the capabilities of the icon as well. However, they stated that someone had stated that they had seen an owl monster in the desert here, in the wilderness desert.
再起に封じられたトラルビドラールもまた、
Like
フクロウの
Koya.
魔物が転じた存在。
Yes, the Toral Vidoral sealed within the icon is also a transformed owl
つま
monster.
り、元となった魔物の生態を調べることで、能力の解明につながる手がかりが得られると考えたわけです。
Therefore, I thought that by investigating the nature of the monster that it once was, I could obtain information that would lead to uncovering the capabilities of the icon.
先ほど、あなた自身が戦っておられた通り、フクロウの魔物は、岩を操るような術は、持っておりませんでした。トラルビドラールと化した後に、獲得した能力なのでしょ
う。As you saw in in your fight against it just now, that owl monster did not possess the ability to manipulate rocks. It's most likely an ability it obtained after transforming into a Toral Vidorar.
ですが、一つ気づいたことがあります。あの魔物は決して、自ら人を襲うような攻撃性はなく、むしろ遠方から私を怯えた様子で見つめていたのですよ。
But I did notice one thing. There is one thing that stuck out to me. That monster was not in any way aggressive. And wouldn't attack humans of its own accord. Rather, it, stood at a distance and looked at me, frightened.
見知らぬ存在を警戒するのは野生の生物として当然ですが、いざ私が近づいていくと、突然に態度を変え、襲いかかってきたのです。
It's natural for wild creatures to be on their guard around unfamiliar, around unknown. You could just say around the unknown. But once I approached, it suddenly changed and attacked. But its attitude changed, like its demeanor. And so, sensing danger, it struck first. Perhaps.
ええ、それほどの危険を感じながらも、決して逃げず、むしろ自分から仕掛けることによって、身を守ろうとしたのです。同様の性質を、トラルビドラールも持っていたとすれば。
Okay. Yes, but, even sensing danger, it did not flee. Instead, it attempted to, protect itself by seizing the initiative or something. Like by striking first, you would probably just say. If the Toral Viral was of the same nature, then...
そういえば、トライオラであった同胞が言っていました。かつて長老から聞いた再起にまつわる逸話には続きがあったと。
Oh yes, one of my fellow villagers I met in Torayora mentioned something. They said that there was more to the story about the icon that they heard from the
トラ
elder.
イドラールが再起に封じられたのは、誰かに駆られたからではなく、自滅したからである。心を保てず、力を用いたゆえのことだと。
Huh. But the Toral Viral was not sealed away in the icon. But after being hunted... But it like, brought about its own destruction? But it lost its sanity while wielding its own power?
フクロウの魔物が見せた生態と考え合わせれば、心、つまり危険を感じながらも、その場に止まることが再起発動の条件なのやもしれません。
But taking into consideration the behavior of that owl monster, it may very well be that this kokoro or like standing one's ground in the face of danger is the condition to activate the icon. Yeah, so by the way, why I've been saying icon, I think it was Xanamar who suggested it. The name for it in Japanese is Saiki, which is like ritual equipment, like ritual thing. Like an article used in a ritual. Kind of. Yeah, like ritual vessel. More or less, and icon just kind of works for that.
この仮説を確かめるには、ジャスティス R とやらが、再起を使う場に合わせ、その様子を伺う必要がありますね。このことを、我が娘、テペケに伝えていただけますか?
No, not really. Yorishiro is a far more specific concept. It's why I really didn't like the idea of using the word vessel. But that would be, like, really getting into the weeds. Okay, in order to verify this, we would need... It would be necessary to, like, observe Justice R as he uses the icon. Could you tell this to my daughter, Tepeke?
「ありがとうございます。親としては、すぐに駆けつけたいところなのですが、ご覧の通りの状況では、足手まといになるだけ。
Thank you. What, as a parent, I would love nothing more than to go see her right away, but in the present like, in my current state, I would just slow her down.
どうか、娘を頼みます。魔導士としての見識で真実を見極め、再起と共に、テペケと戻られることを祈っております。
And please, look after my daughter. I hope or pray that with your knowledge and insight as a mage, you'll be able to, return here safely with my daughter and the icon. You would, it's the icon and my daughter. Oh, it's terrible. It's an emergency.
今さっきラザハンの街中にジャスティス R が現れたと連絡が入ったんです。トライオラでのことは後で急いで向かいましょう。
I just received word that Justice R has shown up in Razan. We can talk about what happened in Toraiola later. We need to go right away.
FFXIV、英雄伝からの助言もあり、素顔を晒すことに決めたが、皆、佇まいから正体を察していることであろ
う。Oh my god. Oh, he's such a smug piece of shit. He's so annoying. Okay. Whenever I get, after about 3 hours or so, I always end up burning out doing this sort of interpretation, and my English goes very quickly. But as I took the hero's advice and have revealed my true face, but I'm sure you already know who I am by the way I carry myself.
私は、ジャスティス R 改め、ビラザーン、サベネア島を守るため、この地に舞い降りたヒーローである。
Aratame. Okay, it's like I'm Virazan, formerly known as Justice R. What a hero who has descended. You might even say, graced this place. To protect the island of Savenea.
最近、私の活動を自作自演と断じている者がいる。それに関連して、ウズネヤカナルで不幸な事故もあったが、この場で、はっきりと宣言しておこ
う。Unfortunate incident, he says. Lately, there are those who've said that my exploits have been staged. In addition, there was a rather unfortunate incident at the Uzuneya Canal. But let me state my claim, or correct the record, here and now.
すべては、私に嫉妬する、不届き者の暴言。私は、 皆の尊敬と愛情を集めるヒーローを目指し、真摯に活動をしているに過ぎない。
He's such a fucking loser. He's just such a little spoiled rich kid. But it's all just nonsense. What's spewed by those jealous of me. All I'm doing is, working with all my might to become a hero worthy. It's not even really worthy. I don't know, maybe like commanding or... I guess you would say like commanding the love and affection of... the love and respect of all those around me.
おい、どうする？大した騒ぎにはなっていないが、捉えるか？
Hey, what should we do? No, this isn't really... He isn't really causing much of a disturbance, but... Should we arrest him?
いや、小悪党だが、奴には岩石を降らせる力があるそうだ。一旦様子を見よう。
I don't know what you would do for this Showakudo. Or Kowakudo? I can't remember if it's Sho or Ko there. It's like, you know, he's a loser, like a small-time villain. 2-bit. But apparently he can make rocks, boulders fall out of the sky. Let's, you know, keep an eye on it.
すべてのものから尊敬され、愛されたい。そうした夢を、皆、一度は思い描いたことがあるだろう？
Oh no! But I just want to be respected and loved by all. Well, all of us have, like, had that dream at least once in our lives, right?
私は、それを決して夢では終わらせない。ヒーローとなり、皆の注目を集めるようになった今こそ、さらなる飛躍を遂げるべきだと、そう考えたのだ。
I'm not going to let that just be a dream. But now that I've become a hero and... what captured all of your attention? It's time for me to... but to take another leap forward.
今こそ宣言しよう。私はこの国のラザハンの王になる。
Here and now I declare, I will be the king of Razahan. Aww. Dude, you're up against a fucking dragon.
あの野郎、正気か？
Shokika? God. These sort of just quick insults in Japanese hit very well. Like just saying Shokika? It's like, has this bastard lost his damn mind? Honestly, you might even say, this guy for real?
私は無敵の力を持っている。この国に私が君臨すれば、もはや何も恐れるものはない。
It really needs to be like a snappy little statement of, is this dude fucked in the head or something? Obviously, that isn't what you would actually say, but saying Shokika? Like, that really does come across very harsh. But I possess an unrivaled power. But if I reign over this nation, well, none of you will have anything left to fear.
国民は皆、私に守られ、私を尊敬し、私への愛を叫ぶ。それこそが、新たなるラザハンの姿なのだ。
Oh no, he's stupid. The people of this nation, under my protection, will respect me and shout out their love for me. You'll cry out their love for me. That is how the new Razahan will be.
ビラゾーン、勝手なことを言わないでください。あなたの力で守れるのは自分自身のみ。その力は周囲の人をむしろ危険にさらすでしょう。
Yeah, Virazan, give it up. Already. But that power of yours can only... The only one that power of yours can protect is yourself. But all it'll do is put everyone around you in danger.
まあ、多少の被害は出るかもしれんな。だが、戦いとなれば犠牲はつきもの。君臨する王が無事ならば、それで国は安泰であろう。
I mean, there might be some casualties, but... You know, that's inevitable in... like in war. In battle. But so long as the king who reigns above all is safe, then the nation is as well. You're not really going to inspire confidence here.
よりによって、民を何よりも大切に思っているブリトラ様が治めるこの国でよくもあそこまで。その厚顔無知さだけは恐るべきものだな。
Ah. All of this, everything prior to Konokuni is modifying Konokuni. Whenever you see a line like this, you have to unravel it. And it's very annoying. It's like, what, to try and say all of that, but in this nation, what, ruled over by Vritra, who, what, cherishes the people above all else? To, like, that sheer audacity is terrifying. You know, horrible, terrifying.
おや、どうした皆の衆。誰も私の理想についてこれないか。
What's the matter, everyone? Ah, ついてこれない。I don't know if you'd say, can you not keep up? It's more like, are you not... Like, what, do you not stand with me?
だが、私は寛大だからな。 皆が私の考えを受け入れ、心を改めるまで、ヒーローとして、この国を支えてやろう。
Yeah, but I am a very generous man. Or it's like a very magnanimous man. This is like, until you all accept that I'm right and have a change of heart, I'll continue to stand as this nation's hero.
ああ、ビラザーン。それ以上、バカな真似をするのはやめてくれ。
Virazan, stop making a fool of yourself. Or, it's like, stop this nonsense at
お
once.
前の言葉など本気にしていない。今なら、まだ、大した罪にも問われないだろう。どうか己の過ちを認めて、こちらに。
No one at all is taking you seriously. As it stands, you likely won't be charged with any serious crimes. Please, just admit admit what you've done and come here.
綺麗事でごまかしながら、私に敵意を向けるか。だが、その、危険こそ、我が能力の源だと教えてやろ
う。This is the most obnoxious thing I've ever heard anyone say in Japanese. I want to punch this guy in the face. It's like what you're trying to conceal your hostility and what your hostile intent in. I'm trying to think of kiregoto. You would really need to get kind of fancy with this. But seeing it in Japanese has removed the equivalent expression in English from my brain. The important thing is that his father is saying, like, you're not going to be charged with any, like, serious crimes or anything just yet. Hang on. I need the... What is duplicity? You would probably say, like, what, you're attempting to cover up your hostility with this duplicitous praise. Or, like, duplicitous pleasantries? Something like that. Some just abject nonsense. Yeah, but that danger that you direct towards me is the source of my power.
何をする気か知らぬが、
Like the danger you would bring about on me.
私のもとへ。
I don't know what you're planning on doing, but stop. No, don't do it. Please, just come here. Are you approaching me?
それ以上近づいて。
おや、
Don't go any closer. Oh, you all. God, this is the shittiest power.
わ。 おい、待て。ここで戦うと、市民に被害が。
Wait. If we fight him here, the civilians will get hurt.
みっともない男だ。今日がそがれたな。
But how utterly disgraceful. But you've spoiled my mood?
ラザハンに現れた、目的、王になるという宣言も果たした。ここも、また、英雄伝との戦いにふさわしい舞台とは言えぬ。決着は、次の機会とさせてもらお
う。But I've accomplished my goal of declaring that I will be the king of Razahan. But this place is not the fitting stage for but for a battle against a great hero like yourself. But we'll settle this, we'll put an end to this next time. Okay, your options here are, it would be bad if you used that, ability in the city. You use that power in the city, we need to get things under control here first.
わかりました。悔しいですけど、こちらの調査も終わっていませんし、今、手出しするのは避けましょう。
Yes, it's frustrating, but our investigation isn't over yet. Let's hold back for now.
ですが、彼も随分とあっさり退きましたね。もしかして。
But he really did... retreat quite quickly? Maybe. Could it be?
「お二人ともご無沙汰しておりました。この暴挙で息子もすっかり役人ですよ。
Pleasure to see the two of you again. But thanks to this, reckless violence, my son is now, fully fallen to become a villain.
息子ながら情けない。見栄えだけの装備と中身のない体現相互。それのどこがヒーローなのだか。
Yeah, this nasakenai. It's like, my own son, how pathetic it is. What ostentatious yet useless weapons and armor. Entirely hollow boasts. But how could that possibly make a hero?
いや、ここで愚痴っていても仕方ありませんな。 この旅の暴挙で、聖戦士団も捕獲に本腰を入れるでしょう。私も本営に向かい、改めて息子の説明を。
There's no use complaining here. Following this, the Celestials will redouble their efforts to apprehend him in earnest. I'll head for their headquarters as well to explain what I can regarding my son.
その前に、一つ、よろしいでしょうか。岩を降らせた後のビラザーンの表情、お父さんからはどのように見えました？
Before that, could I ask you one more thing? But after he caused those rocks to fall, as his father, what could you make of his expression?
息子がごっこ遊びに興じているとき、私が叱りつけると、よく、あの目をしていましたよ。
But whenever I, scolded my son for, his make-believe antics, he would, give me that look. He would have that look on his face.
水を刺されてしらけた、私には、そんな表情に見えましたね。それでは。
What is the expression for this in English? I don't want to use the phrase rain on his parade. That's the only equivalent English expression that I can think of, but there's gotta be one that isn't that, that just isn't that. So it isn't what I would go with, but it's he was passionate about something and then someone came and rained on his parade. I don't think that that's something that people actually say. No, it was that look I saw on his face. Now then, if you'll excuse me. But it's childish.
の態度に似たような印象を受けました。あの表情と行動、何か引っかかるものが。
Like a little kid being super into something, being super passionate, and then an adult coming in and saying, hey, you shouldn't do that. This is bad, actually. And the kid just going, just looking all upset. But I had a similar impression. That look on his face, how he acted, there's something about it that just... It's doesn't feel right.
ともあれ、一度エドリマンに戻りましょう。
Something about it that's bothering me, maybe. Man, it would be so much better to be able to just finish this one today, but there's no way. The thing is that after this one, I want to do whichever one had the guy talking about muscle-bound macho men.
それでは、改めてトラル大陸での成果を教えていただけますか？父とは一体どんな話を？
Disranged. Nice. Okay. Could you tell me what you learned on Toral? What did you talk about with my father.
トラルビドラールが持っていた岩石を降らせる力、それが発動するのは危険を感じた時ではないかと。
He thinks that perhaps the Toral Vidoral had the ability to cause rocks to fall when it sensed danger.
初めて再起を使った時、発動に時間がかかったのは、ジャスティス R がまだ危険を感じていなかったから。詠唱がなかったのも条件を満たせば自動で発動するため。
Okay. The reason it took time for it to activate the first time he used it was that Justice R didn't feel as though he was in any danger, and the lack of any sort of incantation or chant is because it activates automatically once the conditions are met.
この仮説に基づいて過去の出来事を振り返ると今までの疑問にも説明がつきますね。
If we look back on what's happened with that hypothesis in mind, but it explains everything we've been... yeah, it explains all of our questions.
そういえば先ほど聖戦士が近づいた時、ジャスティス R が危険という言葉を口にしていました。落石が起きたのもその直後ですよ。
And come to think of it, when the Celestials approached, Justice R himself said, danger, and the rockfall happened immediately after.
走って逃げることもなく、歩いて去っていったのも、星戦士や私たちが捕獲しようとすれば、それをきっかけに能力を発揮できると信じていたからでしょう。
Yeah, the reason why he just walked away instead of running was because he believed that if we or the Celestials attempted to arrest him, capture him, that would trigger his power.
本人の言葉からも、この仮説が正しいと考えて良さそうです。そして、父が聞いた逸話から、もう一つ推測ができるかもしれません。
Judging by what he said himself, we can assume that what our hypothesis is correct, and considering the anecdote his father told us, there's one other inference we can make.
心を保てず、力を用いたがゆえに自滅したというトラルビドラールの逸話を聞いて思ったんです。この能力は感じる危険が増すごとに強くなるんじゃないかと。
What? Losing its sanity, its own power brought about its downfall? God, this is... Okay, upon hearing that regarding the Toral Viral, I thought... that perhaps this ability grows stronger the more danger its wielder perceives.
ウズネアカナルやラザハンの街中では、あなたや星戦士という脅威からより強い危険を感じたはず。だからこそ落石もこれまでのものより大きかった。
Okay, in the Uzenea Canal and within Razahan, he felt a greater danger, felt great danger from both you and the Celestial's presence. And that's why the falling rocks were larger than the ones we had seen before.
そう考えると、ビラザーンがあなたとの戦いを望む発言をしていることも説明がつきます。
With that in mind, it makes sense that Birazan would have stated that he wishes to fight you.
あなたほどの相手なら感じる危険も尋常ではない。その感情からより強く能力を引き出すことで英雄であるあなたに勝利し、名声を得ようとしているのでしょう。
Facing someone like yourself, like someone of your caliber, what entails an extraordinary danger. Or drawing out and so drawing on that feeling, or utilizing that feeling to draw out even greater power, he hopes that he can prevail against a hero like yourself and make a name for himself.
それなら、私たちのやることも一つ。このふざけた考えを、あえて利用し、相手を誘い出すのです。
ふざけた。Okay, and so there's one thing for us to do. We have to use this absolutely absurd idea, this completely ridiculous idea against him, and draw him out.
戦闘になれば、激しい落石が予想されますが、ビラザーン自身の実力は大したものではありません。きっと正面から打ち砕くこともできるはず。
But in a fight, we can expect a constant, like a barrage of falling rocks, but Virazan himself isn't anything special. But if we can face him head on, we can crush him. We can take him down easily.
相手を魔法で眠らせたりできるかもしれません。ただ、敵も錬金薬で対抗するくらいはしてくるでしょうし、ここは強引にでも打ち負かし、気絶させるのが良いと思うんです。
You might be able to put him, someone like yourself might be able to put him to sleep with magic. However, he'll likely counter that with potions. So I believe the best course of action would be to simply overpower him and knock him unconscious.
あなたほどの魔導士がいるからこそできる策です。もちろん私も全力で守り抜いてみせますので。
This plan is something that we could only accomplish with a, mage of your caliber on board. And of course, I'll protect, I'll make sure to protect you with everything I've got. Do my best.
ありがとうございます。そうと決まれば、戦いの舞台について、聖戦士団に相談ですね。
Alright. So, thank you so much. So I'll consult with the Celestials about what best place for our to stage this
戦い
battle.
にふさわしい部隊とやらを用意すれば、ビラザーンも戦闘に臨んでくることでしょう。そこで、すべての決着をつけるんです。
If we can prepare an appropriate stage, like a worthy stage, Birazan will show up, step up to fight. And that's where we'll put an end to this. That's when we'll put an end to this. It's such an awkward timing to have to call the stream here. But I really probably should. Yeah, so I think what we're gonna do then is I'll call it here. We'll finish up this one and then start the physical DPS one. Or range DPS one next time, rather. Ugh. Alright. Sound good? Sounds good. I'll see you all next time. Peace out.